music off here. Oh. It's only got 30 seconds. Howdy, Yusuf. Yeah, I'm home a lot more these days, so figure might as well check in and see if anybody needs anything. It's nice. This can kind of work just like regular office hours do, you know. I'm there if anyone's interested. Hey, hello. Let's see. Hey, old wizard. Jeez, what's up? Same old crap. Was working outside for a while today. It's a lot harder to get more of the pickets for the fence painted because the temperatures are just barely above freezing during the day, so it takes forever to dry. But I'm almost done with staining the remaining ones I need, so I can finish the fence. I should be able to finish it tomorrow or the next day, depending on how long it takes to dry tomorrow. And the rest of my time lately is just coming in here, doing some grading, working on a book chapter, playing with my animals. What's up, Amina? You're not in these very often. Amina, what are you doing? Hi. Say hello. Amina can say hello. What's up, old lady? This is my old lady, Amira. She's retired. She's my good old lady. Hi. Can't quite figure out what to do with yourself, huh? And the bed's right over there. No, you can't go outside again. It's freezing out there. Freezing. I don't want to open the door. Amira hates the winter. I mean, she likes the snow. She's a snow dog, kind of like me. Doesn't get cold easily. It's the husky in her, so she likes romping around in the snow when it's out there. But she just wants to hang out on the deck and just sit out there as long as she can. And it's cold. So if I put her out there, then I'm going to leave the door open, then the house gets to freezing, so... Hi. I want to go outside. I want to go outside. I want to go hang out. Big silly dog. Let's see. Let's scroll back up here and see what we've got so far. It's definitely a little earlier than I'm starting before, so... Looks like none of the mods are around. Christian Zionism. Sure, I can talk about that a bit. Let's see what else is on here. Oh, I should make it. Where's my notepad? Let's use that one up. Doesn't work. Okay, hi. Christian Zionism. And then what else did I see? I haven't touched the green screen, largely because if it's anything like what I found with using Zoom, then I actually have to hang a green screen, which is sort of a pain in the ass in this house. So, no, Mateo have not yet used green screen stuff. I'll try it eventually. I'm learning new things all the time. Peaceful protest. Okay, make a note about that too. Peaceful protest. Oh, the current chapter that I'm writing right now, Monty asks, is for an edited volume on academic freedom and free speech. So from a bunch of people who have had complaints show up about something that somebody doesn't find, politically acceptable or whatever, and they've gotten yelled at for it. So I'm contributing to that. The only time I've actually been investigated for it was very, very short-lived. They opened it and then realized, no, there's nothing here, and closed it right away. But I was still invited to participate in it anyway, so like, cool, it's an opportunity to talk about why it's important to let people actually do their work and not get in the way. But the projects I'm working on for myself beyond that one, I've had I've been working for a few years on one on neo-fascism and populism in a bunch of countries, but I've kind of frozen that because I'm sort of sucked back into the whole Palestine thing lately. So I'm kind of going back and working on that instead. I've been doing a class for 15 some years now that covers about 4,000 years of history in the region and looks at the development of the different peoples there, and their identity and their rooting to the land, as well as all the complex political changes and demographic changes over time. So I'm back to working on turning that class into a book, because I don't know, this has just been really kind of it's cathartic, I think, to work a little bit on that instead of the neo-fascism one, given what's going on. It makes me feel like I don't know, doing something useful. But yeah, so those are two those are the two book manuscripts that I have in progress. But the current chapter I'm writing for this month is totally different. Let's see, what else did I miss here? Oh, you don't need to hang a green screen up. Is that? I wonder what that looks like. Because I've seen a few people's videos where it's really kind of fuzzy around the edges of them, and I can't watch that. It usually trips me out. I'll have to try it and see what it looks like sometime. Let's see. Yeah. Some topics are more free. Yeah, for sure. There are some things that are very difficult to deal with, and this country in particular has a real problem dealing with questions around like racist rhetoric, and a lot of really fragile people about that. So, evangelical support. Oh, gods, yes. Okay, so yeah, back. Rose still asking about Christian Zionism. Yeah, without Protestant evangelicals, there'd be no way around this. Mateo, Israel itself is a hyper-nationalist state. Its current government is neo-fascist. There's always a difference between the state itself and the government currently running it. So, for example, Trump is a neo-fascist, but the United States is not technically a neo-fascist state. It's close. It's definitely a flawed democracy and in decline, but it definitely can get there. But yeah, when I'm in that book, Israel is one of a dozen countries that I'm covering in it, because what I'm doing is I'm addressing the politics in different areas. What people are talking about. So we get to look at French and German and Italian and Hungarian, American, like different movements, and political factions that are currently pushing to transform these societies. And Israel is one of those, because it actually has several neo-fascist parties, including the very long-lived Likud, which came out of the Herut party. So, yeah, for sure, definitely going to be using that. Okay. More stuff on Christians. Okay, so... Oh, okay, let's see. Still none of the mods have shown up. I'm definitely starting a bit earlier today. Oh, Japan is definitely... Yeah, Japan is definitely also has a significant nationalist history. I'm not sure I can include it in that project. I follow news out of Japan, but it's a bit too far outside of my academic expertise to really get away with using very easily. I have a separate microphone that I got. Somebody's asking about an aux mic, and I could not get it to work with this. If it plugged in properly through the USB-C, then it cut off all sound, and I couldn't hear anybody else. But yeah, I got to figure out what to do with it. Apparently, it was a shitty one to get, or I don't know, but I can't find anything to do with it. Let's see. Someone asked it to pop up finally. Let's see. Oh, look at that. Here is. Yes. And here is Margaret popping up. For Rose's question, I'm not sure where to start on a question of Christian Zionism, but I can give a few quick thoughts just to, I don't know, get it rolling and see if anybody wants to talk about that later. But the Christian Zionism actually predates Zionism among Jews. It in its earliest form, it was around shortly after the Protestant Reformation. There was the first sort of discussions of it, and it makes sense in a Christian context because if you're going to start thinking in terms of apocalyptic prophecies and everything else, and whether or not Jews are the chosen people, I mean, the Catholic Church and whatnot, I mean, the original like Catholic and Orthodox Church had argued for the supersession of the Jews, and the church became the new Israel theologically. But Protestantism has a more ambiguous view in terms of supersession, and has frequently thought of the Jews still as kind of the original chosen people of God, and therefore with a special sort of mission to help bring about this apocalypse and transformation. It wasn't really a significant factor in discussions until about the 18th century. But in the 18th and 19th century, there's significant pushes among Protestant denominations about Jews should be there, because if Jews aren't there and they don't have a kingdom, then Jesus can't come back. And with the rise of secular Zionism in the later 19th century and the idea of actually moving there, it kind of blended in with those millenarian ideals. It plays into like Christian eschatology, and there's been an interesting alliance. There's significant Christian support in the U.S., the U.K., a few other places from the very beginnings of the Zionist movement in the 19th century, and a lot of it's honestly one of my pet peeves in some discussions like this, and I totally get where it comes from, but a lot of people are always like, AIPAC controls the United States, and there's Jewish lobbies in all the countries, and Jews control media in countries and whatnot. I'm like, no, it's literally anti-Semitic propaganda from the 19th century. It's bullshit. The key issue here in terms of support is that it's in the interests of those countries. And some of those interests are political and diplomatic. So, the way they can use Israel in the area. Some of them are, military and economic, the defense industry, technology industries, things like that, wanting to maintain those kind of like trade links and selling tons of weapons, crap like that. But a significant one is actually Christian Zionism. It's the belief inside a lot of these countries among a significant chunk of the population that you kind of need Jews to be there and to build a temple so Jesus can come back. And that makes it very difficult to get places like the U.S. to change their views on this, because you kind of have to deal with the Christian eschatology first. Especially given the 19th century reimaginings of how Revelation works. So it's gotten really kind of complicated in that. It's a lot more bigger issue than people tend to think. It's not just Jewish lobbies controlling things. It's Christian lobbies that are the big problem here.
Dr. O'Meara,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm just, without interrupting you, sir, I'm in the middle of cooking my First Nations husband. I'm not even sure, sir, what country you're from. I'm wondering,
U.S.
You're Canadian or American. So
you're in Western Canada? I'm just south of you. I'm in California.
Okay. My husband is First Nations. I am a non-Indigenous woman who comes from settler colonial background, brought here by the Hudson Bay Company to Fort Victoria, a second school teacher actually in Victoria. In the 1850s, 15 years before this was a province. So my people very much knew about what happened in colonial and the colonial settlement and the policies and procedures of government of the 19th century. So where I stand right now, I'm a Christian woman who, again, is married to an Indigenous man who is a residential school survivor, and as an expert on genocide, I'm sure you're aware, you are aware of the Indigenous situation within North America and how the colonial policies and procedures plays a huge part in how and who we are as a people and where we stand as countries, two separate countries, although our history is very much the same now. And what I wanted to ask you, sir, is as a Christian woman, I stand very much in the pro-Palestinian camp. I have been labeled anti-Semitic the minute I open my mouth and I speak in support of the Palestinian people. And I have to say that I just actually got home not even 10 minutes ago, and I was just going to send you a message as I saw that you were live to let you know here in Canada, and I see the same thing coming out of the States. So it's mainstream media. So here in Canada, we have the CBC, we have the CTV, we have Global News. The narrative belongs to the colonizer. And so what I listen to is the language that is being spoken. I listen to what is being said. I have gone up against our leaders within our church, my Christian church here, and I live in a very small community. I'm in the North Salish Sea, Gabriola Island. There's 5,000 people on our island, and pardon me?
That's a beautiful area.
It is beautiful. It really is. It was one of the last places on what I live in unceded Snuneymuxw territory. And my husband is the people of the salmon, the people of the potlatch. Less than 100 years ago, we were colonized. My husband's people were colonized by my people. So it come from this perspective into the Palestinian people, what we are witnessing right now, from firsthand knowledge. And what I witness right now, what is happening thousands of kilometers away from us, is a genocide and an ethnic cleansing. And I know I must be very, very careful of the words that I use. I know that we can get bananaed if I'm not sure.
I think people have been telling me to say like G-sided or something. I have a hard time with those too, but yeah, like
I've attempted to
might be good to avoid that word if we can. Although I've used it plenty of times.
Correct, and I just wanted to say that I am very much in support of the Palestinian people. I am not. I have many, many, many Jewish friends. I have many, many Palestinian friends. Our church sponsored a Muslim Syrian family here to Gabriola when the Syrian war was happening. So my support is with what is just and what is right. And what I witness is a rogue. The hunted have become the hunters. Zionism is the enemy, is what I see. And I don't know as much as you, sir. You're a doctor. You have a doctorate in this politics and things. And so what my struggles are is when I sit with the elders of our church, when I sit with the pastor of our church, and I ask them to pray, at the very least, how about we call for a ceasefire? They refuse. They refuse. How about
church? I mean, given Christianity's origins in radical pacifism, having Christians actually not wanting violence to stop is so hard for me to wrap my head around.
They have wrapped themselves around and around the propaganda, and this is where I'm asking those within the community, as those that are educated, those that come from a knowledge base that I lack, to be able to communicate. I can present the videos, but then what I get back is the push to, oh, Margaret, no, sorry, that can be manipulated. No, that's that we can question that. I don't have the knowledge. In my heart, I know when I hear the cries of the babies from Palestine. I hear that same echoed within my grandchildren as survivors of a genocide. Sorry, the G word. And I'm broken. I'm broken. My faith is broken. My faith in humanity is broken. And I just don't know what to do. I'm struggling so much to try to get people to look at what is happening. And time is of the essence. We don't have time.
Yeah, I really feel you here. There, especially when there's there's so many factors that play into the way Western countries deal with these, G sides and radical nationalist movements. I'm continually disgusted that Americans so thoroughly ignored the Second Congo War with seven
Yeah,
million lost because, hey, they're black people in Africa, nobody cares. Like it just
crazy.
there's there are some victims that are okay to talk about and some that are not, and it generally has a lot to do with European history and traditions. So there's a lot of reflexive sympathy for the Israeli side, both because they relate to it as a European derived culture, but also it's a way of expunging their own guilt at, centuries of anti-Semitism and anti-Judaism. Instead of actually dealing with the internal racism and nationalism there, they kind of think, well, if we just support the Israelis and whatever they're doing, then we're okay. We're not anti-Semitic anymore, which is bullshit. They clearly
Yeah,
still anti-Semitism is still suffuses much of the West's discourses, but rather than actually dealing with that, they just support Israel. And there's a separate, like, there's a third reason for support when you look at a handful of countries like the US and Australia and Canada, where you are, because there's a kind of solidarity in settler colonialism. Settler colonialism is racist by default. I mean, the first people showing up in the US said about G-siding people on the East Coast here. I mean, it was part of the project from the start. And when you have that in your history, when that's in sort of like your national DNA, then you kind of recognize it elsewhere. So the U.S. supported South Africa just reflexively, like all the way to the end of apartheid. We were like, yay, apartheid, supporting them. It's the same reason we can support the Israelis no matter what they do here. So Canada's position is honestly very similar to the U.S. And unlike much of Europe in that
Do they,
regard as well, which makes it even more complicated.
do they
But
support Rhodesia as well? Yeah, I
Um,
thought
a lot,
so.
the conservatives in the U.S. especially, and conservatives in Canada did too, but like Reagan gave speeches in support of Rhodesia in the '60s and '70s. So yeah, it was a significant issue here. We had a hard time dealing with that crap. Uh, so there's three big reasons why, as a society in Canada and in the US, it's really hard to decouple support here. You have a lot to break down. It's not just getting people to recognize what's happening there. It's getting people to accept that Palestinians are righteous victims in a sense, that it's okay to say, hey, they're really victims because you really want to support the other side that's doing the harm. That's where their biases are.
Hey, hey,
and
Liam, you should make me a mod, dude.
and they
What was that?
people understand that they're. I'm so sorry. But I want to say people understand that they benefit from this world order and this, these hierarchical structures of oppression on some level. They understand they benefit from it. And so you're kind of also getting them to admit that they're uh, part of the problem in a way, as we all are by virtue of our existence. But I had two questions that I really wanted to ask you. And I mean, the first of which, like, we've talked a lot about, reactionary nationalism. Whether you want to look at Japan or India or Daesh, or like whatever, where there's these rallying of like common shared identity against the imperial or colonial oppressor. And I just really want to know what your thoughts are in terms of like specific and like practical ways to engage in liberation movements, in some cases, violent liberation movements, which do not fall into the pitfalls of reactionary nationalism, which like emphasize something else. Because even if it's, a Marxist like workers' identity, you can still run into, like, of course, nationalist sentiments and
Still hybrids of that, yeah.
yeah. So, and what are some specific? Because a lot of, of course, like as an anarchist, like you have all sorts of like Marxist-Leninists or leftists who are kind of like, well, this nationalism needs to happen against the colonial oppressor. These identities need to take hold in order to overthrow the oppressor. But then, of course, you have like modern day India, right? Like, so what are some, I guess, specific ways or examples of liberation movements that don't fall into that nationalist pitfall?
It's a great question.
Sorry, can
I
I
think I'm going
ask
to
a
come back to
question?
it.
Sorry, just
But yeah, I was actually just going to
one
say,
second. Sorry,
Margaret
I
was setting something up, and she's been trying to ask me, like, she wants some kind of help with something with her church, and I want to see what that exactly is.
Yeah,
So
sorry to interrupt, but
I'm gonna let Margaret ask what help I can actually provide for her church issue, and if there's anything I
don't
can do.
understand the question of that young fella above me. If you could, I'm so sorry. I'm a simple woman. And when you speak the words of nationalism, when you speak in the terms that you're speaking, young man, I truly want to understand what it is. And Dr. O'Meara, I apologize for interrupting and you too, young fella above me, could you please, I don't understand your questions and I don't understand the terminology in which you use. I think I understand your heart. But if you could just maybe simplify it for me, so when you're speaking to Dr. O'Meara, if I could understand, and I apologize for interrupting.
I'll clarify it. I'll clarify his term when we come back to the question there, because what nations and nationalism are it's a super common problem. We use the terms very badly in the U.S. But also in Canada too. So I'll come back to that in a moment. But you had been asking before and sent me a message along the same lines here about talking to your church, and I'm wondering, what can I do to help? Because short of like actually speaking to them, I'm not sure what you'd want. Maybe like some resources, some quick talking points, something like that, or how can I help?
You know what I was thinking, and I looked at your question when you sent it back to me after I spoke my piece. And again, I'm a non-Indigenous woman of Scottish ancestry, whose people were brought here by the Hudson Bay Company in the 1850s. 150 years later, I'm married to a First Nations elder. He's actually Hamatsa. He's a war chief, my husband. He's from Alert Bay, from Kinkum, but the colonizers pushed my husband's people, 5 nations, on Cormorant Island between the west coast of the British Columbia and Vancouver Island, onto what was traditionally a graveyard of the people. They put 5 people 5 nations in a tiny little island. My husband is a residential school survivor. So I urge anybody that is listening right now to do your homework, to look at where it is you live, to understand colonial occupation. So what I'm asking of you, sir, Dr. O'Meara, is I think what needs to happen is there needs to be a platform. It's very easy for me to say, okay, yes, I'd like you to come and speak to our church, but what does that accomplish at the end of the day? Mm-hmm. So I really think that I believe what I need to do is to think your question through, to connect with those in my life who are academics, those who have skin in the game, so for instance, I'm Paul Manley. Paul Manley is a politician here in our area here, whose father, he's a Christian man. His father was a Christian pastor, and many years ago, I believe it was in the 70s and the 80s, they put together the funds to, I don't know if they bought the freighter or what they did, but they loaded this freighter up, and they took it to Israel. For the Palestinian people, they actually got stopped, off the coast of Palestine. He was removed from the political party that he belonged to because of the system here. So, and I know that Dr. Mary, you understand, Mary, you understand the political system here. If you're whipped, you can't speak outside the political party, so on and so on. Well,
Yeah, very true here too.
his son, I campaigned with him. I walked and spoke with him and spoke for him. He lives just down the street from me. He runs, I'm a harm reduction and community outreach worker here on Gabriola. So I don't take no for an answer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, if you would allow me the opportunity and the time to take your question to a deeper level, to bring together the academics, those who would best represent the churches within our community. Because what's happened in the last 72 hours is our Prime Minister has just backtracked on his commitment. He voted with the UN in order to call for a ceasefire. And within 24 hours, he backtracked and he softened his voice and softened his narrative. And I have had enough. Mm-hmm. I see this as a direct correlation to what has happened to First Nations people here within, they call it Turtle Island. I, again, live on unceded Snuneymuxw territory. And for anybody that recognizes this, I have a dear, dear friend who is Armenian, a doctor in northern Washington, who's fighting for the removal of the fish farms because they're wiping out. This is culture, language. Everything that we are speaking about now goes beyond religion. It is all about land. It is all about resources. And at the end of the day, they are using religion as an excuse to get the land and the resources. So, sir, if you'd allow me, it may take a month, I don't know, but I'm going to do the legwork to bring to you an answer to your question on how that can I help, because I desperately need your help. So thank you for addressing this.
Yeah, no, that's great. So just let me know. Send a direct message in a few weeks, whatever, when you've got another thought on that. But one thing to consider as you're looking at it is take a little nuance into this, because people often choose like one particular reason for it. It's actually quite complicated. It's not just about land. It's not just about resources. It's not just about religion. It's not just about particular politics. There are a lot of reasons for the support for this and for it to happen in the first place. There's a lot of different factions. This is always a lot more complicated than we tend to assume. And when we approach it with one particular angle, it's very difficult then to find a way to address the problem. And with individual groups too, the key, so if you're thinking about the people involved in it in your church and you want to try and change their views, the key there is going to be figuring out why they have an interest, because people vary. For some it's religious, for some it's colonialist. You know, there's tons. For some it's just simply racist and Islamophobic. There's tons of reasons why people can take the hardcore pro-Israel, anti-ceasefire line. Figuring out why they have that view will help you figure out the right approach, the right framing in order to challenge that. It's always good to kind of know your audience in that sense.
Thank you. And I will take that into the conversation as I move forward.
Okay, cool. So then we can move along then to the Cactus question about the anti-colonial nationalisms then.
Yeah, and just specifically like how such anti-imperialist or anti-colonial struggles could take place without falling into that pitfall of nationalism or relying on like emphasizing a common like heritage and falling into these pitfalls.
Yeah, so there's a distinction we need to make here between nationalism and then people's actual local identities, because those local identities are actually important, and they're going to be important in any kind of anti-colonial or resistance struggle. But getting to Margaret's quick question to make sure we're on the right page in terms of definitions, a nation is a group of people with something in common. And how that's defined, like what features you include
Before you
in
get
the
into this,
group.
man, I just want to tell you, I got to leave play down and go to bed. Thanks for having me, man. I'll see you next time.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great, and it's great to see you for a second. You had your camera on. People often leave their cameras off. It was nice. So I'll look forward to running into you again because it's been way too long. So definitely pop in anytime I come live. Okay, so a nation, again, group of people with something in common, and it can vary what features you choose because the existence of nations is somewhat organic to begin with, but they're not naturally political. Nations don't have any natural political function. When they're tied up into politics, when people create a movement around a nation, that's where walls come up. And you set up certain like in groups and out groups. Like, okay, so to be part of my nation, you have to be Christian and whatever. You set up certain features that make up your nation. And that's where the trouble really comes in. Because nationalism as an idea, as a political concept, is the idea that nations deserve a state specifically and exclusively for them, for their group of people. And when you have constructed the nation to have certain like in groups and out groups, certain boundaries, that gets problematic because pretty much every country in the world has some diversity. I mean, they all have different minorities. So if a country is built around a specific national group, it's going to be harmful to those different minority groups. So the key here, though, is when you're looking at resistance movements have to use something in a local identity, some way to contrast themselves.
Oh shit! Someone dropped me.
What was that?
Sorry.
Okay, so can you mute again? Oh, pop back out. Okay, that works too. So when you're building up some kind of resistance, drawing on some kind of local traditions, some kind of like local heritage, some way to say, hey, we're here and we were already here. You don't really fit here. That's great. Like, we don't want to be controlled by you. You kind of need to build on that. But you can do that without necessarily building a political nationalism, which says that you're trying to create a country for a specific ethnic group, because that's where the trouble really comes in. So there's a slight difference here. It's possible to build up some certain forms of what you can kind of loosely call anti-colonial nationalisms without them actually being nationalist movements.
What's wrong with?
But when they take on that desire for their own ethnic group to fully control an area, that's where they get super problematic because of that diversity. It's especially problematic when you already have some settler populations that have come in as well too, because once you've got a generation that's in there, people are being born there. What do you do with them as well? It becomes it brings up other issues of injustice.
So,
but I guess the basic part of the question is like, you
Colonize the galaxy as one human race.
What was that?
That's why we need to colonize the galaxy as one human race.
Well, yeah, there's there's been a lot of anti-colonial nationalisms that actually have thought in terms of more cosmopolitan terms, more in the sense of like a united global South, this idea of solidarity across borders and within them as well, like that all peoples deserve dignity and freedom. And you see this with a number of other types of liberation ideologies. It does show up as, I think Cactus had directly mentioned already, anarchism and the Marxist-Leninist groups. By focusing on class issues and against nations, it kind of leans in that direction. But you can still have a tendency to focus on particular groups in certain areas. But yeah, like Pan-Africanism, for sure. Yeah, that's a good example there.
How do you address that question when you're talking about Indigenous people whose culture, language, and the very essence of who they are as human beings we're talking,
yeah, exactly.
It is so different. And yet they're expected to assimilate. Like that to me sounds like assimilation.
That's where I would say indigenous nations are nations like any other nation. A nation and a country are not the same thing. So Canada as a country is completely separate from the fact that it actually has a whole bunch of nations already in it. And all nations, all groups of people deserve equal dignity. So in the question of indigenous peoples, you're actually getting at the same kind of point that the cactus is raising here in terms of resistance. How do such groups resist colonization and assimilation? How do they push back? And there's tons of like violent, non-violent
Inherently
ways.
wrong with colonization. Like, why does it have to be so evil and always taking stuff from somebody? If we go and start a colony on Mars or Jupiter or the next habitable star system, that we're not taking stuff from someone. And it's like in everybody's mind, the like colonizing is just this giant bad thing that automatically means genocide instead of just expansion and just trying to go out there and like conquer the world, but not from other people, like from nature itself, from just life.
And the simple
Space colonization is different, though.
Yeah, space colonization is a little different, and until we run into other life forms. But honestly, even if you find like completely non-sentient life forms, as far as I'm concerned, we should leave that the fuck alone and let that develop on its own. Yeah. But if you're talking about this planet, people already lived everywhere. So anytime you're talking about expansion, you're expanding into someone else's backyard.
And my whole point is that we're always going to fight over resources when we have limited resources. If there's a finite number of resources, humans are going to fight over the resources, and we can't expect them not to.
We already live in a post-scarcity
society. Why we're supposed to find ways not to, because it's not necessary. There's more than enough to support everyone on Earth and many times the population that already lives here, but it's controlled by, corrupt elites. It's not actually distributed to people who would need it. So our problems are political. Our problems are in terms of like the social and economic structure, not the resources themselves. I mean, people keep talking about how the world is overpopulated. That's a fashy talking point. It's bullshit. The world is not overpopulated. This planet could support 18 billion people easily, but the way resources are used and the amount of waste in the people who have more. I mean, just the shit that we throw out in any given city could feed whole countries in the world here in the U.S. It's completely wasteful, the way we handle things. So, yeah, I mean, the way capitalist market economies are a real problem. But
it's do it quick. What you just said. So to me, it seems like whenever we're in a period of great peace and prosperity, we oftentimes forget about that, and we seem to think like we're on a journey towards utopia. And I would posit that right now is a time of extreme peace and prosperity. It might not be in 2 years. And to me, we're never going to be able to solve that because it's just human nature. Even if like let's say, you're like,
I mean, it's literally not. I mean, I can just stop you right there. The way people use human nature, it has literally nothing to do with our social structures. I mean, we talk about, humans' desire to compete, competition, and cooperation are equally present in our nature, and actually, in our nature, cooperation actually takes precedence over competition. The fact that we focus more on competition for resources is a reflection of the social structures that we settled in on, and those came about through force. I can give you just to take it way back here, like just making a basic anthropological point. When humans began settling and learning how to farm, right? When people started farming, some people ended up with better land than others, so they ended up with a little bit more wealth than others, and that gave them more power, and they started trying to oppress other people and creating little proto-states. Over and over and over again, people rose up, toppled those people, and went back to hunting and gathering, and then started the process all over again, because people didn't like having somebody controlling them and controlling the resources. What ended up happening was that states rose and locked their power in by force. We were forced into this mold, and force has sustained it for the last few thousand years. That's not nature. Those are unnatural hierarchies.
Okay, then why are these hierarchies present in wolves and other pack animals that are...
They're literally not.
Yes.
I mean, you can look at 3D maps of like wolf pack patterns, and they clearly have territories that are theirs. So
they have territories that they're carving out. But again, wolves are carnivores and have to hunt for a specific resource to live on, so they're going to keep out another competitor for it. We're not carnivores. Humans have never been carnivores. We don't have to fight over that the same way. We're closer to cows than we are to fucking wolves. But wolves also, the so-called research into, like, the alpha dynamic, it's literally fraudulent. They were looking at captive species. There's no such thing as alpha
Any of
animals.
that. I'm just talking about how there's usually like gangs of wild dogs in certain like poor places in the world that like are actively out in a pack that are fighting over resources. So I don't think it's a societal construct. That's all I'm saying.
They are carnivores fighting for a very limited resource because they have to prey on existing animals. And if there are too many carnivores in a set area, then the prey population goes down and they all starve to death. So they have to spread themselves out. The way humans managed that when we were hunting and gathering was, here's my tribe, here's your tribe. We're going to carve out this space for ours. You have that space for yours. And we had to like face off that way. But that's because we're dealing with a limited resource, because there's only so many wild fruits that will grow on their own. We don't have that problem. We literally don't. We can grow as much food as we frickin' want. So it doesn't make sense in that way. It's a completely different dynamic.
And also, like, as the ecological disaster has unfolded, animals are increasingly violent towards each other because those resources become increasingly scarce.
And human impact on that too. Wolves are problematic too because we keep taking their territory. There's so few wild wolf packs are able to survive because we have so infiltrated their turf that of course they need to lash out and preserve what little they have left because they no longer have the wide ranges that they used to have. I mean, hell, like just in my own area, the native Mojave Desert tortoises, I think of them because we actually had a few captive ones, and my grandfather had captive. I was like a third generation caretaker of them, and the last ones have finally died off. But they used to be very common in this area. They're almost entirely gone. They're practically extinct in nature because of the way humans have spread out. And naturally, their territory is about 40 frickin' miles. They have a huge terrain that they wander around in, and then people just stuck them in backyards. I mean, it completely changes the way you have to live. So captive desert tortoises are a lot more violent than natural ones when they had 40 frickin' miles to wander around in. They just don't anymore. This is true for animal after animal. So you're looking at nature within an unnatural environment, and that really changes things.
I stayed at a Native American settlement on the Hudson Bay, and lived there for a little bit, and they were always telling me like polar bears didn't used to come down there, and now they have to like fight them off with shotguns like every month or so because they're starving.
Yeah, they used to have much larger territory, and yeah, tons of changes in the climate, the loss of ice in tons of areas. Yeah, there's a ton of things that we're running into all around the world.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah, it's the simple point. Then when you're bringing up nature, I would just ask, be very careful about things like that, because when people generalize with terms like human nature, it's almost always wrong.
Yeah, I get you. I won't. And if I do, I'll try very hard to be prudent about my choice. So this is going to come across as kind of crazy. But just in terms of a planet, like we're one species, right? The human species. And this is our environment, Earth. Yep. And to me, it seems silly that we have like all of our different national identities. And I also don't think that like, it would necessarily be like a good thing if we were all like crunched up closer together. But I think there would be like something kind of awesome about like a planet for like, Mexico. Like Mexico could go have a whole planet for just Mexico. And like that kind of thing, like it inspires innovation. And it inspires like the next generation of like culture. And as long as we're like, oh, we've got problems here on Earth, it's going to be a chicken and egg problem, and we're never ever going to leave, and we're going to die out.
I mean,
yeah, I'm with you in the sense of getting off this planet. I mean, I'm right there with Carl Sagan. A species on only one planet is extinct in the long run. I mean, we're one asteroid away from that. So we do need to spread out. But the idea of spreading countries into different planets, it doesn't make a great deal of sense to me, especially since the constant movement around of peoples is actually far more stimulating. Places that are more innovative, more culturally dynamic, tend to be far more diverse. And the more you kind of like segment yourself, create these artificial sequestrations or whatever, the less of that you're going to get. So if we end up with like more planets out there that people can be on, I kind of think that they should all be in contact with one another and keep that circulation going. Anyway, no, I didn't. I didn't bump him. I don't know if he just stepped off the little box here and is in the chat or not.
No,
But yeah, I don't.
Doctor. I just came in. I wanted to help you today because I don't want you to be alone in the chat. If anybody
Okay.
wants any questions, please tag me and I'll obviously bring it up to the doctor. But what is the topic of discussion? Just normal discussion of anything today or?
Well, as usual, I still kind of like the thinking of this in terms of like office hours, like I would normally do. Like people come
Yeah,
in and
yeah.
bring in questions, and I like that people have different ideals. So the one I was kind of stuck with was still Cactus had brought up an interesting point about how to resist, and we were starting to lay down some foundations there, and I kind of want to play that out a bit and
Wonderful.
talk a little bit about how people can build resistance movements without falling into the pitfalls of ethno-nationalism.
Absolutely, absolutely. Perfect. So we'll keep on that subject. Since I just stepped in, who hasn't had a chance to speak yet? I apologize. Anybody on the panel hasn't had a chance to speak yet?
Well, I mean, Gigi and Rose haven't, but I think once we play out a little bit of the cactus conversation, then I
Okay,
think
perfect,
Gigi is
perfect,
next,
perfect.
and then Rose.
I'll be here, and if anybody has any questions, please mention me, and I will bring it up to the doctor.
Sounds great. And then and Nellie had asked how was that Nellie? My eyes are terrible. Asked how long I was going to be on. Let's see. I'm guessing another 2.5 hours should be fine. Play it out for a bit. I was thinking like 3 to 4 hours. That way it gives me a little bit of time to still relax a little bit and then get up early in the morning and start back into work. I've got a ton of grading still that I got to get through as well as working in the yard. Okay, so back then to Cactus's question, right? So in terms of where we got to already, does that make sense so far?
Moi?
It's like, oh, there you are.
Can I make a comment here? What I really believe is that, I'm sorry, but I'm listening to folks that are quite young, and I believe by their pictures, I'm seeing non-Indigenous people. So what's not being addressed when you talk about the conversation where it's leading, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I apologize if I've got this wrong, please step in and correct me. But you're talking about colonialism. Colonialism is at the base of the problem here. Occupation.
We're talking about how Indigenous people can resist colonialism.
And capitalism. I think.
Exactly, and well, any imposed outside, power structures. Yes.
So I am adopted, named, and married into the Jawadino Nation. Jawadino from Kinkom Inlet off the west coast of British Columbia. I live in a province, unceded. 95% of this has not been, and by unceded, I'm not sure if your audience knows what that means. I'm sure, sir, you know what that means.
Yeah, they probably don't, so if you want to say something quickly about it. But
unceded is treaties that have either not been recognized or there's no treaties in place. So basically what's happened is non-Indigenous folks have come in, claimed a land because they see that there's nobody on it and they see it as unoccupied, so they occupy it. And then they take it to a colonial court. So what I've seen here in the last, I'm 61 years of age, my entire life and for generations. My people have been here since the 1850s. I'm of Scottish ancestry and part of the settler problem. So what I have seen, and I'm married to an Indigenous man. So here, for instance, if you look at, and you can Google this, the Wet'suwet'en people of northern British Columbia are actually fighting right now a pipeline that has been pushed through territories numbers of different nations from one side of this problem, this province to the other, borders that are put in place, territories that are put in place by settlers, not recognizing and not acknowledging the territorial boundaries of those who are indigenous. And then what the non-indigenous people do of this great nation that we call Canada is they take the 3% of the population, they fund 3%, and they say, okay, so first of all, they've made them status. Status is a white man concept. Then they've put in play an Indian Act, another white man concept, European concept. And then what they've done is they've taken a very small portion, the 3% of the entire nation. This is after unaliving 95% of the indigenous population of British Columbia by placing smallpox blankets infested with smallpox off of ships that were brought here that were in quarantine, placing them on the trails, the trade trails, and unaliving over 95%. And this is within the last 100 years. So this is in everybody's great-grandfather's time. This is very, very new. On the East Coast, it's different. You're talking about 400 years. California, Oregon, Washington, Alaska, you're talking within the last 100 to 150 years. So what you're speaking about here is you're talking about taking people who have fighting for their language, fighting for their culture, who are up against a court system and forcing them into a court, who have ignored the hereditary systems of the indigenous people, and you're forcing them into a court system, and then you change the laws. So the Wet'suwet'en won a case in the Supreme Court of British Columbia, giving them land and title. And then we got a different government because, of course, in the European ways, every 4 years, the government changes. So when the government changes, the laws change. Then the narrative changes, and the narrative, never forget, the narrative always belongs to the colonizer. Never forget that. So then these people who were told to walk a certain line, because of course they've lived for generations under the rule of removing from the Indian from the child. You've got to remember this, that the narrative and what you're asking, and when you say, how do we live as one? In order to live as one, you've got to respect everyone in their own right, their own indigenous and individual languages. And that has never happened, and it will never happen under European colonial rule.
Exactly. It has happened, but not under these systems. No. And that's kind of what we're getting at, though. And it's really, it's at the heart of the question that Cactus raised, because the issue here is, how do people resist these violently imposed structures? How do we resist the architecture of control that comes along with European settler colonialism and nationalism and capitalism and everything else that ends up making it very difficult for people to find justice? So what we need to do is figure out a way to do that so that we can get justice for people, that we can get that respect, but without falling into a particular trap of repeating some of those things. And so
we need to do what Panama did.
Is kind of what we're going to try and address here. You know, so if you can just be a little patient with where we want to go with the conversation, we can see what we can see how this might apply in the circumstance you have there, but we have to kind of like walk through a little bit of this first.
If I could add, you know, and I think like the struggles of Indigenous Americans, you know, from you know, obviously it's a vast swath of different people groups from Chile to you know, the top of Canada, but the struggles of the American Indigenous people to you know, the poor, you know, unpaid laborers in the Arabian Peninsula and Israel, et cetera, they're all facing very similar and in many ways interconnected structures of oppression. And so like when it comes to, there are states that have like fought against that and have won, but a lot of them fall into the same problem. So that was really what I was trying to get to the heart of.
Yeah, thanks. Great to clarify, because that's what we're trying to get at here. Is I think we're all on the same page in the sense that people deserve the right to A, fight for, and B, to have a sense of their own autonomy, their own respect for their cultures and traditions, their own kind of like, control over their own lives without these outside powers basically taking control and imposing that on people. So we all kind of want this to happen there, but the trick is a lot of
It
times.
just happened.
What was that?
It just happened in Panama.
Which?
That a Marxist
So,
revolution?
Oh,
well, no, not quite. But it dives right into that. What do we do? How do we resist? So, long story short, the former Panamanian corrupt government gave a Canadian mining operation free reign to mine wherever. And their contract was up for renewal. And it was just absolutely bogus. It gave the mining company basically unlimited rights to mine wherever they wanted to, wherever they found anything, and maybe we'll send you, the government, some money, if we find something. And the Panamanian people shut down the country. Now, they couldn't shut down the canal. However, just like we saw the water protectors up in, I can't remember, in Portland, how they were blocking the ports, and then I think they went up to Canada as well, in canoes and in fishing boats. They blocked that mining corporation's port where their stock tanked. And it just had, like, within the last week, they protested, I'm not joking, day and night for 38 days straight. I mean, the Panamanians, they picked it up from the Frenchies that stayed behind, because they shut down the bridge to the Americas multiple times. Any trucks that got offloaded in Panama that were headed north to Costa Rica and the rest of Central America, the trucks got stopped. They blocked off the exits. They blocked off, just everything was shut down, and they forced the president to concede, and they gave the people a referendum, and they were going to vote on it. And then they said, well, it still has to go through the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ruled that the contract was unconstitutional. And to my understanding, it will be banning all mining in Panama. And the people did it because they shut the country down. And mind you, Panama only has 4.4 million people.
yep.
And
Yeah,
my husband's Panamanian. I have the utmost distinct blessing that his aunt is one of the premier women's studies professors in the country. Any Mother's Day, any International Women's Day, she's on the news. And so I get kind of the inside scoop. But I mean, they kicked it when they got the canal back, after what happened with the martyrs, and in 1989, the US got played. They thought they had a puppet in Noriega, and Noriega gave him the finger. So that's one country which I really attribute to the fact that, yeah, there's maybe some more classism more than anything else. They've done fairly well at letting the indigenous people govern themselves. And when you go to the Caribbean side, they may tell you, you need to leave your car here and rent our car. You do as they say, or you're off. Um, But for even that small of a country to basically almost bankrupt its first quantum mining. But I mean, literally day and night in the streets, shutting down commerce, shutting everything down. That's what it takes,
And
and
there were stories like
I hate to quote the
no,
one thing that the Sicilian passed down to me was, there's no success, there's no revolution without sacrifice, and it's not going to be fun, it's not going to be comfortable, it's not going to be easy. And I attribute their success, to getting the canal back, is that they do have such a mixed culture. My husband is exact 1/3 Hispanic, 1/3 indigenous, and the other third is African. And how are you racist when you have every color in your family?
You'd be surprised.
yeah, I mean, racism again isn't about what you look like or your background. Anybody can be racist against their own ancestry because racism is their social categories. So, I mean, there are black white supremacists in the U.S. I mean, it depends on what you're supporting in terms of those power hierarchies and those rhetorical the particular ideological constructs that you're supporting. When we think in terms of racism being connected to what you look like, that itself is using a kind of racial essentialism. It is itself a legacy of racist thinking. We need to get past that. Racism is about a set of ideas. It's about exclusion and these particular frameworks that we're stuck with. So we got to be able to roll with that a little bit. But this the broader point you're making about resistance is a really, really good one. And there are tons of examples of this in countries all around the world where mass movements have shut down corporate control in different areas, forced government changes and whatnot. And we tend not to get stories about that in our press.
No, we're not going to get any of it,
No,
because
because
God forbid that
there's
we all get this silly idea that we
the
have
danger
more
of a good
power.
example. It's I mean, this is one of the reasons that the US has so consistently sided with European colonial powers and attacked every single popular resistance movement around the world, because there's the danger of a good example of it actually working. We need to somehow embargo them. We need to cut them off and harm them so that people don't get this crazy idea that they could actually be free and get along with each other. But the tactics, I mean, that's a different question that we can get into, and probably one that can come up on a number of times when we talk about these, because you're talking about large scale, massive nonviolent protest movements. They actually can work, and they have worked over and over again. But nonviolent doesn't mean non-destructive. Property damage in Minecraft does have to happen because you have to cost the people in power money. Otherwise, they'll never take you seriously. If you're always getting permission to rally in a particular place and you do no harm at all, you're not changing anything. All you're doing is you're making a moral statement. You're showing up, you're waving the flag, we're saying, hi, we support this idea. But that's all it is. It's a moral argument. If you really want change, you have to somehow hurt the people in power. And generally the best way to do that is their pocketbooks. It's a lot more effective than almost any other tactic that can be used there. Violence has had a place in a lot of popular uprisings, but the main role of violence, especially in the context of anti-colonial struggles and anti-capitalist struggles, is largely to help to unite a particular group of people, to help establish what the enemy is. Frequently, the militant approaches failed to actually gain a support or independence, but they rallied a population around them. They gave a consistent set of ideals. They showed who the real enemy is because people came down so hard on it. So think of it this way. The long-term resistance, if you think in terms of Palestine, you think about the fights in the 60s, 70s, 80s, they were already showing what the enemy is, because every single time they tried to shoot at cops, soldiers, whatever the Israelis came in crushing, civilians. And then there's just massive over reaction there. Realistically, the modern form of Palestinian nationalism is a reaction to that. There are elements of Palestinian nationalism that go all the way back to the late 19th century and the early 20th century, but it wasn't a significant political movement until the 1960s. And in some ways, only after 67 does it really start to get more and more powerful, because the violence was so over the top in the 50s, 60s, and 70s that it showed people who the enemy is and who's actually hurting them, and that brought them together. Once you've achieved that, one of the things you can see playing out over and over in history is the direction there should have been toward mass movements, a mass nonviolent protest movement, and international solidarity, bringing attention, getting people to see it. And you could see some of that already in the first Intifada from 87, 88, with images showing up in the media in Europe and whatnot, people starting to see what it was like. That's the key. People have to see what it is, and they have to see that you kind of quote unquote deserve that dignity, that you're not doing something that kind of like harms people's views of you. And
how much was it that the 2000 era, the dock workers strike in Long Beach, how much did that cost the economy?
I don't remember. I mean, I don't remember. Yeah, there was the last really big one we had down here was in the 70s, but there've been smaller ones since, and actually even the small ones have caused significant harm.
I remember Christmas time and the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Everything was just backed up on ships. And
because
same thing with the Suez
everything's
Canal.
coming from China, and it wasn't there. Yeah.
And the same thing. So we hit them with the, with the transportation of goods. I mean,
in the US,
we got the United Auto Workers came out in solidarity, and a bunch of other unions came out. So, hell.
There's a handful of unions out there still willing to push hard, but there's not as many as there used to be. And I kind of miss that. ILWU here is one of them. In many unions, over time, the membership has grown more and more conservative. So a lot of union members, they like the union because it gets them a good wage, but it's still kind of like a "fuck you, I got mine" sort of attitude that doesn't really translate into the sort of solidarity politics on which unions are based. And that is key here. So in terms of making movements like this more successful, you have to build a large enough coalition. You have to get enough people on board in the first place that actually support the basic ideals. In terms of popular resistance, resistance to colonialism, whatever, this is where violence has sometimes played a part. But at a certain point, you've got the unity in place, and then you have to know how to use it and actually deploy that to good effect. This is something that the Palestinians have honestly struggled to do. Honestly, the political issues for Palestinians go back a long, long time. I mean, when they really should have been lobbying, and talking to people in other countries, in countries like the U.S., they just refused to. I mean, Arafat was more concerned with talking to tiny militant factions in Iraq than he was to actually waging a PR war in the U.S. to make sure the Israelis didn't dominate it. He kind of like ceded that ground over and over again. Knowing what to do with that unity is difficult for a lot of groups. But it plays a big part in the success or failure of different resistance movements too.
There's a question that says, what do you think of Genghis Kanafi?
What do I think of what?
Genghis Kanafi. It's in the comments right here. And Yusuf asked it.
Oh, Hassan Kanafi. Oh, okay. That's a complicated question.
I kind of figured that. Before you get into that, Doctor, do you have? Did you have a break yet? Did you have water?
Oh, I've got a little bit of water still, but I'll go for some more later. But there's a little bit.
Jax is gonna get on your ass about self-care.
That's
what I always will.
I will forget anything.
Very protective.
I forget.
Very protective of Liam, Dr. Liam. Very, very protective of all my friends.
Yeah, and yeah, Francesco, we will get back to Cactus, because we got to keep working on this. Like, how do we avoid falling into the pitfalls of ethno nationalism with these kind of things? But the just very quickly on Hanafi is I'm personally a fan of much of what he wrote, and there are parts of like his allegiance to the Popular Front that I like, because among the different Palestinian resistance movements, on some ways ideologically I liked them more, but that group also carried out a number of things that I would consider atrocities. So I have a really complex set of feelings on them. It's very difficult to articulate. There's a lot of groups like that where I like some things about their politics, and then they go and shoot up a school, and I'm like, shit, no. So it's difficult in that way, but there's a lot of things that he wrote that I liked a lot, and he definitely deserves to be remembered as a martyr. I'm glad that people remember his work too, because he did write some brilliant stuff. Okay, so I want to get back to Cactus's thought there too, and on how we can avoid the pitfalls, like what we can do about this. One of the things that's tricky about it, especially when you're dealing with a group trying to assert their own right to, freedom, independence, whatever, justice, it's the emphasis has to be in some ways on their identity and how it's different from, the outside power that's trying to control them, right? And that makes a certain amount of sense. But it's possible to do that without also articulating different forms of supremacist rhetoric. It's I don't know, to kind of get back to like some, I don't know, Fanon logic. If anybody knows like Frantz Fanon, the key here is not to fall into the same traps that the Europeans laid for everybody, to find a different route. Because what a lot of resistance movements around the world have done, and there's some parts about it that make sense, like you have to adopt some of the different techniques in order to be able to be heard in the first place. If your political organization is completely alien, no one can talk to you. But you want to avoid falling into certain ideological traps. If you start thinking of yourself along the same lines that Europeans do, then you inherit all of the problems there. And it's one thing to see like, oh yeah, Europeans love to talk about like human rights discourses and justice and all this freedom and all these like ideas here, but they're loaded with all of these supremacist discourses too that give you exactly the opposite. Europeans love talking about human rights and then slaughter each other on street corners. There's something really fundamentally problematic about those structures. So when people are building resistance movements, I think that they need to be able to be willing to think outside the box ideologically and not fall into those traps, and be very, very cautious about the way that their nation idea, their national identity, gets connected into political power structures. Because it's one thing to use a sense of local identity to say, hey, dude, we were here. We deserve justice and our language and our religion and all this shit. Like, hey, you shouldn't be disrespecting us here. We deserve our own rights. And quite another to say, this identity that I have is the only one that has any real, rights at all. And, the only one that's good or real or valid. You can fall very much into those kind of like traps and replicate some of the same thinking of the colonizers. It doesn't show up very early on because of the power imbalances. You don't see like where that can go, but we've seen quite a few places where peoples have successfully pushed a country to independence and then replicated the same basic power dynamics of the old European and the capitalist and nationalist structures, and then began oppressing minorities inside their own country or interfering in their neighbors' countries. Hell, East Africa's got a bunch of issues like this. Southeast Asia's got a bunch of issues like this, where gaining independence is one thing, but if you gain independence by becoming just like your oppressor, it's
It seems like the fetishization of land is so central to this because land is such an important part of conflict itself. So, like, I mean, I've had so many frustrating conversations, especially Moroccans and Indians, where, especially when talking about Kashmir, they're like, well, it's part of, they'll talk about people in India who don't think they should annex all of Kashmir. It's like, well, they want our nation to lose land, as if this is the ultimate humiliation. It's like, and it makes sense that out of conflict there'd emerge that fetishization of land because it's all about who controls what land, where the
Right.
lines of defense are, and all these things. So like, it seems really hard. It seems really hard to have an actual like violent, like revolution or conflict without people falling into that.
Right, because the questions of land and borders, they're much more recent than people tend to think. It's as far as like these obsessions around it. Borders were porous for almost all of human history. Peoples moved around wherever the hell they wanted to move, and they just either put down roots or they moved on again. It wasn't like people trying to control that. And this this idea of controlling land, of owning land, it's also pretty recent in much of the world. I mean, even into the mid-19th century, it was literally illegal to own land in the Ottoman Empire. Most of the world didn't historically use the same way that Europeans have historically enclosed land, created like different like fencing. This is mine to control for its resources or whatever. That's just not how most people have thought, even in Europe. I mean, land had to be enclosed by force. They had to throw people off of it and prevent them from using natural resources. The problem here is that in many places that have been subject to European colonialism, they end up imbibing a lot of those same discourses. So they end up thinking about land in the same way. They have that kind of like fetish about control of land and territory. Yeah, Morocco's a great case there. I mean, what they're doing in Western Sahara is no less colonialism than when Spain took it in the first place.
Or
Because it's not historically part of Morocco.
It's so maddening to talk to Moroccans. And Moroccans, respect to Moroccans for being one of the most pro-Palestine, nations out there. But it's like you cannot get it through their head that Morocco's doing the same thing that Israel's doing, like the same exact thing. If anything, like the mining of the border in Western Sahara is like an atrocity and like a horrible affront to the freedom of movement in a way Israel has like never even done. It's really, the cognitive dissonance is so frustrating.
Yeah, no, it's honestly horrifying. But again, it's quite common for people not to see their own crimes and only to focus on something else, or not to notice the way that they have inherited those problems. Morocco has simply sucked in so much from, French and European, settler colonial mentalities, capitalist mentalities, that they kind of feel, oh, wait, Spain doesn't want this territory anymore. It's just there, and they're too weak to protect it. Cool, free real estate, boom, and once you're there, they can't let go of it. It's only a few decades, but somehow it's in many people's minds. This has always been Morocco. This has always been ours. Really?
Yeah, like they always point to like the Bedouin, or I don't know if they're Bedouin, but the chiefs like pledging allegiance to like the Kingdom of Morocco, and it's like, what do you like? What, do you think this really the average person gives a fuck? It's not like it was directly administered by Morocco,
And those things too. That's a matter of like tributary relations. It's a similar logic that China used actually in justifying its annexation of Tibet, because Tibet was historically politically independent, but was a tributary state to China. It paid it paid money every now and then, and said, "Hey, China, you're super awesome and powerful. We acknowledge that you're super powerful. Please leave us alone. Here's some cash." But that doesn't mean it's part of the same country. It literally means exactly the opposite. What we're dealing with a lot of those Western Saharan tribes is the same basic relationship. They're recognizing the power of their northern neighbor, but doing so in a way that actually asserted their own local sovereignty. And we forget that because we're using the wrong paradigm. We're applying a modern nation-state paradigm to, early modern and medieval tributary relations. It just doesn't make sense. But it falls into like those patterns of justification. So yeah, India and Morocco are two really good examples of how people fall into exactly those same traps. They end up replicating a lot of the same tactics of the colonizer. And honestly, it's sad the degree to which a lot of Indians and Indian political factions have absorbed the divide and rule tactics of the British Raj. I mean, a lot of the continuing intercommunal violence and taking over mosques and desecrating them and shit like that, that's the shit Britain consciously cultivated to make it easier to control the area. And things like like Modi's party's doing it basically for the same reasons too, as a way to build up a popular base of support that he can then use to assert his own power. It's really destructive, but it's literally a European playbook. So again, for me, I'll go back to people like Fanon and say, like, you know what, we gotta go in a different direction here. If we're just trying to catch up to Europe and be like Europe and adopt European ideals, then you're going to replicate the same fucked up dynamics over and over again. We have to find another way to that. And there's been a lot of experimentation, but I don't know that any of it has been super successful. So I'm glad you brought up the Marxist-Leninists too, because while there's elements of that have worked, the fact that it still concentrates a lot of power means that it ends up falling too easily into a lot of those same power dynamics that, of the people that you overthrew in the first place. So while the Soviet system was great in some ways in terms of improving people's living standards and whatnot, here it actually created a fairly oppressive environment that was no better in some ways than the previous, Tsarist regime was. I think we can do better in terms of looking for liberatory ideologies.
I just wanted to interject here really quickly. Can you hear me at all?
Perfectly, yeah.
Okay. It didn't look like the mic was receptive, so I just wanted to be sure. But I wanted to ask because, my background's in cultural anthropology, and so like I spend a lot of time with diasporic studies, and one thing that I really like to focus on, like my lenses as anyway, is like cultural relativity and intersectionality, and I guess applying that to like sort of a conflict theory perspective of like, how does intersectionality affect your praxis as a person of resistance to like colonial powers, imperialism, et cetera, et cetera. From my personal perspective, like I'm definitely a pacifist. I mean, I've been a pacifist Buddhist for 15 years now, but I also acknowledge I have the privilege to be a pacifist, if that makes sense. And
no, I'm with you.
yeah, and so I guess like when I talk about like praxis as far as resistance goes, it's hard because it's like I try to validate people who don't have as much privilege in me, who are maybe resisting in a more violent way than say I would, but then also at the same time I wouldn't want to advocate for that either. Like I was curious what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, they're probably going to be pretty similar to yours. So I'm a philosophical pacifist, and for me it's not just a matter of rejecting the direct use of violence or something, because as far as I'm concerned, pacifism doesn't even technically do that. Pacifists can still defend themselves or others, but you're making violence a kind of last resort and arguing against the use of like large-scale structural violence. But for me, pacifism requires opposing power hierarchies in the first place and trying consciously to recognize the weapons of privilege with which I was born, because simply existing, there are structural power relations that, I benefit from. As far as resistance around the world, in the main, I still prefer, and although while I'll counsel things in terms of what has worked historically, I try not to preach to people or tell them what to do, but I think that large-scale nonviolent protest can be extremely effective if done well, but again, in Minecraft, property damage is important because it does play a significant role there, and there are places when actual direct violence is useful. And the key place that I reserve that for is against policing powers and military powers. So if you have secret police that are torturing you, yeah, I've got no problem with somebody plugging them. I just don't. Like, it's just, because to me, I don't have to deal with being dragged into my house by secret police, although technically my fucked up country could do that. But if they tried to do it, I would hope that my neighbors would come out with shotguns. I would. I mean, I live in a small mountain town. Maybe it would happen. Who knows? But I would hope that they would defend me, because I think that we should. I don't think that resistance against state violence is illegitimate, even for pacifists, because if you don't oppose that kind of power hierarchy, that kind of state violence, then you're not really preaching peace. You're just preaching acceptance of anything, which you're essentially accepting the power of the oppressor. But where I apply pacifism to a lot of conflicts in the world is in opposing the kind of indiscriminate use of violence. So I have a problem with the H group putting people on buses and in cafes, right? That's a problem for me. Like, to me, that's no better than what the Israelis do. And it's difficult to respect. But I would have no problem whatsoever with them turning those weapons against, guard outposts, military outposts, policing, because those are the forces that directly oppress them. I will personally say it can be accomplished without that violence. But again, that's coming from a position of privilege, and I can't preach to people who live under those systems and the anger that they have to deal with.
Right.
So if you're going to take that anger out, take it out on the direct oppressors, not the people.
And I think Vietnam is a great example where both were really necessary to have any success for the people of Vietnam, because if it wasn't for people like Thich Quang Duc, who self-immolated, and people who were fasting and protesting every day, and met with the efforts of the Vietnamese public, who use more tactics of unaliving United States foot soldiers. Like, I think both were necessary. Like, somebody asked the question, which I hate, like, this begging the question of, like, has it ever worked to just do a nonviolent protest? And I would say absolutely there's many examples where it has worked, but also you have to look at like, why did it work in those cases too? Because you can't just say it worked here, it'll work everywhere, or it worked in 5 places, it'll work in 10. Because every cultural climate and every sociological power struggle is going to look different based on, is it resource based? Is it an ethno-state conflict? Is it, and so, like, even like climate can really play into it, which is interesting, is just like how certain dynamics manifest from the regional geography and things like that. And so you really have to factor all those things in to really decide, like, whether or not, peaceful protest or not so peaceful protests, and like what ratio would work. But I don't even think, that it's a really hard conversation and slippery slope to, have those discussions.
But I think that they're useful to have, and I think that bringing in a range of perspectives into those kind of discussions on each specific case is valuable. Because if you can take into account a lot of the different factors, you can see the degree to which violent or non-violent tactics will be most effective. And in that, drawing on a wide range of past examples, as well as tons of, like, economic conditions, environmental factors, anthropological considerations. You mentioned, local cultural aspects. There's different things that you can draw on in order to figure out what might work the best here. But yeah, there are going to be differences. There is going to be variation. The simple fact is, the thing that's helped the most is still going to be making it unprofitable for the people trying to control you. I mean, if it costs them too much and they don't have some kind of committed ideological reason to sustain it anyway, a lot of people will back down. one of the reasons that the Israel-Palestine conflict in particular gets so thorny is that it's not just economic. If this was just a matter of
Right.
resources, it'd be a lot easier to resolve. But there are very powerful, ethnic, ideological factors there, and religious factors when you bring in the Christians. So it makes it a lot thornier to play
Right.
out.
It's wild just discussing that topic. I personally have avoided that topic like the plague in contemporary times that people have discussed it, just because, well, one, I spent most of my life talking about it as, a youth and young adult, and then now all of a sudden everybody's talking about it, and there's a lot of pressures to have that discussion. But there's lots of movements where indigenous populations, or different minority ethnic groups are being oppressed, and in certain ways, and people aren't discussing it. And so, like, I try to focus on other you know other situations that maybe have less media attention. But I really enjoy when you speak on that issue, and I appreciate that, because, like you said, like, when certain groups of peoples and ideologies start getting involved, it really muddies the waters and makes it really hard to navigate those conversations. Like, I've been, like, not surprised, but equally, like, repulsed by what Christian Americans sort of bring to that conversation when it's really a human rights issue, and so, I don't know. And I always try to fall back on just natural rights arguments and talking about what those look like. What are those? At what point do you defend your natural rights? And at one point is a response necessitated, or just natural, a natural response to being displaced, unalived, or having your resources poisoned. I mean, like, just have a really humanitarian perspective there, I guess.
It's honestly a good framing for it. And based on what you said in a comment, something I saw in the comments are going by, it's kind of worth recognizing that there are differences between natural rights and human rights.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since human rights discourses come specifically out of Enlightenment Europe, and they do have a very specific framing. And what they include can vary tremendously. But people's natural rights to resist oppression in some way, somewhat of a different issue there.
Right.
Do you want to try and, like, sketch out for people a basic difference between them? Because I think it could be very helpful.
Yeah, and you might be a little more equipped than me to discuss that nuance, but I'll try my best. But essentially, human rights, reference specific, um, I don't want to, specific duties that almost typically implied by the state, because the state typically is the one that has to, like, conform to these rights. But certain protections that individuals in society have. Whereas natural rights, it's not, and natural rights aren't inherent to citizens. It's more inherent to just living organisms, I guess you could say. And so, like, having the right to safety in a human rights system is a little different than having the right to territory, because territory and safety are different things. In violating a bobcat's territory is going to look differently than, forced seizure, entry and seizure in, like, a human rights conversation, I guess, if that makes sense. But so, like, when talking about, polluting of, drinking water in the Ogun River in Nigeria, for example, you can have it from different perspectives. You can talk about the human rights to the people there, and, like, sort of this state interaction and law based metric that you're looking at, or you could have a natural right conversation of, like, what do the people or living organisms have the right to revolt, and how that escalation of power might look like based on the harm that has been done by said pollution or other forms of displacing a group of people from their territory.
Yeah, for sure. The the key distinction we're really getting at here, you started off laying out a really good separation between them, because we want to understand that human rights discourses are tied to state structures. There are the responsibilities of states to respect rights to people that are somehow locked in legally. When people try to make claims of like universal human rights, things get problematic in two different ways. First off, there's the question of enforcement, which still requires state action. And there's no international bodies that do this sort of thing. It always requires, actual states to do things. And the other thing is, when you're claiming universal human rights, they tend to come from a very Eurocentric perspective. So what rights have been asserted historically by Europeans? What do they consider to be culturally relevant to them? And other cultures will have different understandings of what they consider to be most important, what's most significant to them. And in those places, they would have different rights, different natural rights. People's natural rights come from something about their own individual makeup, but also their own particular cultural and social milieu. And those will vary tremendously from place to place. So there's a kind of Eurocentrism in asserting human rights discourses in general that we should be at least a little bit cautious with. It's useful because there's a number of big organizations that help with things like this. Yay, Human Rights Watch does good work, but it does still replicate some of the same problematic power relation issues that come out of the Enlightenment and its kind of like Eurocentric mentality. Oh, jeez.
You mentioned Eurocentrism and how that creeps into these conversations, because when you discuss human rights, it's inherent to your culture, because it's like, what do you think necessitates a right and what do you think is important is dependent on your cultural climate. And so it's have a global and that kind of connects to something that I thought was nice that you guys were discussing about property ownership of land and how that it didn't even exist as a concept until recently, and how that's again sort of a Eurocentric concept in a lot of ways. And so when you have like these assumptions about what human rights are, you might be totally incapable of receiving the concerns or problems that another person is presenting in front of you who's from a different part of the globe than you are.
There's a problem I run into constantly in the US from people, especially like conservative and libertarian types talking about rights, because they'll frequently assert there are certain rights that we have, and they don't seem to understand that rights change over time, that they weren't always like written into the universe. We have so you can assert there is a right to freedom of speech in here, right? But where did that come from? Because the right to freedom of speech didn't exist in the 14th century, but it does in the 18th, so it came about because people within a particular culture asserted it. They demanded it. And this is where there's always a tie to states with human rights, because by demanding a right, they force the state to recognize that that right exists for them and then to protect it. And without that, the right simply, it doesn't exist in the same way, not in the sense of like human rights discourses. So when people say, well, there should be a right to health care or a right to a basic income, someone will say, well, where is that written? Well, it's written right here. I just wrote it down. See? And now if we all come to believe that, then that right actually exists and the government should respect it. But it's a matter of what we believe as a culture and what we demand of our state. That's where human rights come from. So again, they're where you first started there, separating human rights from natural rights, it really is the role of societies and states in that sense, of pressure from people to force states to recognize certain rights and then to impose and protect those rights, which is a very different thing from saying, I have a natural right to protect my life and the life of my cat from, like, I don't know, people breaking down the door or something.
Right.
It's a
And
very different thing.
I think people need to have more natural rights conversations and less human rights conversation, to be quite frank, because most human rights conversations, again, it's inherently tied to the formation of states and oppressive systems of power. And I'm
Absolutely.
like, if you're talking about anti-abuse of power, well, then why are you having a conversation where that's the center of the conversation? It doesn't really make sense. And I'm Afro-Indigenous and European. So, I mean, in the Indigenous community, we have more conversations in the nature of that sense of like what are our rights inherently as living organisms on planet Earth versus like having this sort of what what's the best term for
Nigga,
it?
you're yapping.
I guess just like the idea of like having agreements with a state with a federal government or state that abuses its power, because like when you give into that conversation, you are basically conceding to the fact that that nation state does have power and control, which is anti-indigenous in North America and Central America, and with a lot of our movements. And so I think it's really interesting. But as far as like those in the chat who might be wondering like what would a natural rights conversation look like, I guess just looking at like Professor stated, like looking at sort of things like somebody is invading my home and unaliving my family. How would you respond instinctually there? Because typically an instinctual response is a justified response in a situation like that. Like maybe not all the time, but that's more of a conversation we should be having and validating the traumas of oppressed minority groups or classes of people in society. And when you don't validate these people, you really start to dive into ethnocentrism and imperialism, and that's the problem.
Yeah, for sure. One thing that comes up in these kind of discussions, and one thing that I've seen in a lot of one thing that's really frustrated me with a lot of people who love talking about how the Western world is all about freedom or whatever, is that a lot of these freedom discourses, the liberty discourses, actually emerged with the centralization of state power. Governments gained more and more and more power over our lives at exactly the same time that we set about talking about how to try and limit it, because we created more powerful states, in essence, to protect our rights. But by creating the more powerful states, we lost many more rights than we would have had already. So it's really, really problematic. The kinds of I mean, hell, there's a ton of places where in the U.S. it's illegal to collect rainwater. I mean, just like really basic shit that you just might want to do where you are or something, but you need all kinds of permitting for this, that, and the other thing that come about from a more and more powerful state that we created because of human rights discourses. So in some ways, our loss of natural rights accompanies our embrace of human rights.
And it can all be traced to like, this is maybe a little esoteric for some people. I know you'll follow me on a historical basis, but that trajectory started with the end of the era of the commons in Europe, and how the Anglo-Saxons or Anglo-Normans displaced the Celtic tribes there, and sort of, created this whole system of land ownership and state ownership and that sort of agreement. What's
Yeah.
that?
The Domesday Book,
Yeah.
tracking down what everybody has and locking that kind of stuff in, setting up
Right.
tax rates, and then it gets more and more and more oppressive century after century, more and more
Absolutely.
centralization.
Like,
Eventually,
for example,
enclosures and throwing people off the land, and
I mean, in
Hello,
north of
everybody.
in the USA, when they started writing treaties for with the First Nations here, ironically, the more treaties they wrote, the more more humans' rights violations that we would call them today, they did. I mean, every treaty was broken, and it was because they were amassing more power structures,
Right.
more property ownership, and you know, capitalism. Quite frankly, like the more capitalism they were trying to establish, the more resources they needed, and the more they infringed on the rights that they were writing at the same time, like you stated. And I think people don't understand why this happens, where it started, because um they don't understand what natural rights were before the death of the commons. So I think it's a,
There are a lot of places where I have a hard time explaining my reason for doing something. Like someone will say, like, "Why did you start studying this, that, or the other thing?" And like, "Oh, well, that gets very complicated." But one really easy question I can answer is when people say, "So what got you into anarchism?" I'm like, "Well, history. I started studying history." When you start seeing the way power structures, as they grow and grow and grow, consistently take more and more from people, yeah, then the problem ultimately is unnatural hierarchies. In a natural hierarchies, like I'm trying to make this distinction for people too, when people don't understand much about this. Like, I don't know, any group of friends, some people talk more than others. Some people have more strong opinions. Some people like to see, like, well, I want to see what everybody else wants to do first. I'm like, okay, well, cool. It's, so some people are more comfortable taking those dominant roles. But where a natural hierarchy exists is if somebody says, well, I think we should all go and do this, and everyone just thinks, well, that's a dumb idea, then that person is no longer your leader, and you look for somebody else. And so that's it. Natural hierarchies are constantly renegotiated. There's no structural relationship. There's no way to impose your power on other people. Unnatural hierarchies, I mean, I have no veto over what the cops choose to do. I can't control that. That dude's got a gun and he has the right to shoot me. I mean, I can't control that. That's a whole different ball game. So
How you doing,
people
guys?
conflating those.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's a very interesting subject that you're talking about. Though I have a question after
Um, if,
listening to both of you.
if we can, I was actually just going to ask Jack for a second to pause for a second. Can I run and go get a drink?
Absolutely. I was just
Both
going
of
over.
my drinks are empty before we get to another question. So if you can,
I'll wait for you, no problem. Go ahead.
Absolutely. I'll get it. I'll handle it for you, doctor.
Okay, cool.
Go
Hold for
ahead,
just a second.
we
I'm going to go
need
refill both
we
the
need
cow and
you
water.
functioning. Go ahead.
Exactly. We have to take
Right,
care of
man.
our doctor.
And I'm yawning, so I got to get something.
Exactly.
Well,
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being so kind.
no problem.
Our doctor, he's amazing. The one thing we always like to do is, like, if you're new to this panel, please don't interrupt them. That's like the main thing. But thank you so much.
Absolutely, no problem. It's very interesting the way they articulate the words and they choose the words. It sounds so complicated, yet it is very simple. Understanding the natural rights and understanding the cultural rights and all that is it's a vast, it's a huge
Yeah, it's
information.
complicated yet easy.
It's a lot of information, but yet the bottom line of it is each and every individual has the same rights of any other person. So it's being equal is what missing from the formula that we have.
Exactly.
And
And by the way, I don't know if you know the topic or not. I mean, what we're discussing right now is resistance with but form without violence, like certain things like that, like how to do. Just to let you, I don't know if you were listening or not.
yes, I was listening, and
Okay, great.
I agree. I agree on no violent resistance because sometimes you could achieve a lot more things with that than the violent.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like, as they said, like, violence against your oppressor, being a civilian or doing things. But that way, is opposite. It's different than, resisting your oppressor, because civilians are just a product of their government.
Well, my education is not really I was talented into the telecommunication, where it have to do with production and all that line of business. And the awesome thing about it is I had to learn public relations, and I had to learn psychology, body language, anatomy of a human, so much to achieve the goal that I was after. And I'm grateful to God, and I'm grateful to the opportunities that I had in my life that led me to where I want to be. But the biggest struggle is being a Palestinian from Jerusalem, the old city, is the fear.
Yes.
Installing
Yes.
a fear in a human is
Yeah.
the worst
I mean,
weapon that you can
absolutely.
use.
As an American, right? As an American, non-Jewish, non-Muslim, non-Israeli, non-Palestinian. But I did work. I did a volunteer with Doctors Without Borders and Nurses Without a Cause. And I was able to go to Gaza once, because it takes years of applications to even submit volunteer to go there. So I, I fell in love with the Palestinian people then, way long ago. But I did notice one thing out of everything is the fear that the people of Israel have taught in them is unbelievable. Like they fear their neighbor constantly.
Well, that's right. That's something. I was born and raised in the old city of Jerusalem, inside the old city of Jerusalem, actually right across from the second station flagellation and the Sister of Zion Church and the Via Dolorosa and the Dome of the Rock. And my school was actually the courtyard where Pilatus forced Jesus to bow and crowned him with the thorn crown. Just to go through history and look at what I was surrounded with in the
Hi.
old city of
I'm
Jerusalem.
sorry to interrupt you. Hi, doctor. Do you have your nice coffee now? Great. I didn't know. I wanted to tell, because people didn't know this about me, that the reason because everybody wants to know, how am I so involved with the Palestinians and their, fight for. I'm retired now. I was a CDC BSL level 3, but prior to that, I was worked with Doctors Without Borders and Nurses Without a Cause, and I was able to go to Gaza once. If anybody knows how that goes, it takes a lot, like years, of trying to get in there, because they do not let volunteers there as easily as it may seem. They don't allow that. But I was able to go there once, and it was at Al Quds, and sadly that hospital is now gone. But thank you, Doctor. Hi, nice to see you again.
Good, good to see you. You look like healthy
We were
and
just entertaining
strong
ourselves.
now.
Yeah, I've been in Fessa once too. It's not easy. They don't make it easy for scholars either. I mean, West Bank super easy, walk
Yes,
in,
I was there
but
3. Yeah, I was able to go
but
there 3 times, but
much harder to get in the strip.
yes, and it's amazing because there is a very long list of people that are wanting to go in there. I mean, if people say, "Why isn't anybody helping?" I mean, the list of volunteers willing to go in there extraordinarily long, and yeah, well, that's different. I can't get into that right now. You guys now reconsume.
Okay, so say the question.
The question I was still okay. This is what through the years. I'm 64 years old now. In my young time, when I was in my 20s, it seems to me that the government or the authorities had laws and regulations and policies to serve the public and to serve the citizens. And in the late 1990, beginning of 2000, the formula started changing where the authorities and the government start manufacturing and building and creating rights and policies and laws to benefit them in person as a person. Talking about greed, if you want to say greed, that's a huge thing. And the sensation that you get from having power over so many, that had changed the basis of a government as a government. And as the lady mentioned earlier, that the topic was about nonviolent protests and violent protests, and which, in my opinion, nonviolent protest has more benefits and more better results ever. In a scale from 1 to 10, it would be 8 than a violent protest. But the question is, am I thinking correctly that the authority and the government start manifesting laws and regulation that benefits them and benefits their position and power? That's the question.
The short answer is no, but I can see where why it looks that way. The simple fact is laws have always in some way worked against people. That's but there's times when there's different periods all throughout human history and in different civilizations where ordinary people have risen up in such a way as to demand that the state enshrine more rights for them, and laws then begin to appear that advantage at least a majority of people for a while. But as soon as people start to take their eye off the ball, so to speak, as soon as we stop mobilizing to push government, then governments go back to what they were originally designed to do, because states were created to serve the powerful. They were literally created in order to protect private wealth, going back to, again, the Neolithic. From the very beginning, states have always been about controlling the majority for the benefit of a minority. But the majority of people do have a lot of power. We can force governments, because at the end of the day, no government is going to unalive its entire population. We have more power than they do if we work together and push against it, which means when we assert ourselves directly, when we push back against it, we can get governments to protect our interests better. And for a while, we were getting that in a lot of countries. In the post-World War II period in particular, because you also had the experience of the Great Depression and then these horrifying wars, there were a lot of places that started putting in a lot more laws that protected more people, that expanded more rights, that gave people a better quality of living. And then people got kind of used to that. They took it for granted. Then they began to think that that's what government naturally does, that it looks out for us. And it's not really what it does. So as soon as people stopped pushing hard against it, started abandoning a lot of the unions, then it started turning much more toward defending the power structures that are its real core constituency. So what you're looking at from the 1980s on in particular is the rise of neoliberal capitalism and these super powerful multinational corporations and them dictating to government what they want. And they'll get it from government. Governments will roll over for them every single time unless we demand otherwise.
I see.
And that's the missing part.
I see. Well, thank you. I just wanted to say I appreciate people like you that willing to share their knowledge, and whether you bring it directly or indirectly, the advices that you give and the thoughts that you talk about are very beneficial. And I think you got yourself a follower. And thank you for listening to me. And I will drop so somebody else will have a chance to come in. To all the people on the board, thank you. And peace and equality and love.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, someone's mentioning the cats. Yeah, I get along well with four legs. I mean, one of the it's sort of funny to think about it now. I struggled a lot as a kid, because naturally I'm hyperactive and autistic, so my way of thinking was radically different from people around me, and I had to learn how over time to interact with normal humans. One of my paths to that, and how I got better and better at studying like psychology, like figuring out how people think and what their expectations are, I started more simply. I started learning how the animals think. Cat psychology is fascinating. So is dog psychology. Like there's a lot of animals, and they're wildly different. People who think that their cats should act like dogs and dogs should act like cats, like it makes no sense at all to me. They are wildly different critters. But if you understand what they need, if you can respect their individuality and their choices, then they'll love you. I've run into so many people that think that cats are very standoffish, they're unaffectionate, they're mean, they don't like people, they're not loyal. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I mean, I've had what, 15, 16 cats, like they all staple themselves to me, follow me around. They're so amazingly loyal. But I treat them like cats. I respect them like cats. And if you give them what they need, then they will love you. And just studying them helped, and it's like baby steps a bit at a time. And I got better and better at understanding people and what people needed. I still struggle a bit because humans are a lot more complex, but it was an interesting step along the way for me to getting better at working with people was to figure out what these guys want. And anyway, there was
Well, cats are the one thing is it's like you have to gain their respect, and it's pretty amazing about that.
Exactly. Right. I mean, and they're going to think of you as just a particularly large, incompetent cat.
Exactly.
Like, what the fuck is wrong? This guy doesn't understand that his hand smells funny. Like, I have to protect him from predators, so they're going to start licking my hand. Like, they're just looking out for you. They just.
Yeah, puppies are like, I love my dog even, but they're just, they're people pleasers. Cats are like, they're like, you're here to please us,
Well, cats are the way you got to think about it is, you don't own a cat; they're your roommate.
Absolutely.
You share space with them.
Absolutely.
So I choose to share my space with this critter, which means I have to respect her as another person in the house, and then figure out, okay, what does she most need in order to be happy in that space? Mm-hmm. I don't serve her, and she doesn't serve me. We take care of each other, because we respect each other within this space. It's
absolutely adorable, and she really is a teddy bear. I know she's the ruler of the house right now. She's the den cat at the moment, but she is absolutely like a teddy bear. She looks fake. I'm not even gonna lie. She looks like one of those Build-A-Bear cats.
she's flexing a bit because she was number 2 for more than a decade, and she was always around, but if Moshe wanted the space, then Moshe would just take it, and she would have to back down. So she's making sure that she occupies as much of my time as she can to make sure Socrates doesn't get it right now.
Just absolutely lovely.
Flexing a bit on him.
I love it.
Let's see. There was something went by earlier, and I don't know if the people are still here, but somebody had mentioned having a book club, and it's sort of funny. I've thought about a number of possibilities for some kind of like, more interactive YouTube type show over the years, some kind of podcasty type thing. If I had more help in terms of production for it, I'd have been doing that years ago. But I generally don't have enough of the time to do a lot of the human work, the technical production work in order to make a show work and advertise it and spread it around. And I struggle with editing, so I've always let the idea go. But one of the concepts that's come up a number of times is kind of like a radicals reading room sort of thing. Like, you take like a book of the month or whatever, and then talk through it, and have conversations with people. It would have been a lot of fun. So if anybody gets book groups together, I'm generally interested in things like that.
Right.
One of
And I
the
would
comments
love
I did.
any.
I'm sorry, just like one of the comments I did see is somebody asked, it flew by me, but I just wanted to bring it up. They said, if there was ever a time that you wanted to talk about the environmental effects of uprooting all the olive trees. That was one of the comments.
Yeah. Somebody asked. I did see one, a different one than that. Somebody's saying like, why don't environmental groups talk about it? And like, fuck, they do. I mean, a lot of times when I've been in the Mideast, I've done a lot of couch surfing. So I bounce from house to house and staying with different people. It's always a mix of couch surfing and then just like backpacking and hiking around and sleeping rough and whatever. But the one of the places that I crashed one time was with an Israeli environmental activist who goes into the West Bank and talks about how the Israelis are dumping toxic chemicals in different areas and doing all kinds of horrifying shit. There are a lot of environmental NGOs. I actually have a handful of books that talk about the environmental activism around there and the way people have systematically destroyed portions of the environment where Palestinians live specifically. It's a kind of ecological warfare. So they like to say, oh yeah, we planted lots and lots of trees. Cool, yeah, a lot of those trees were planted specifically on the sites of where villages were, so you can pretend there wasn't a village there. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. But at the same time, they're either destroying or like uprooting olive trees from Palestinian control and taking them to settlements. I'm like bringing in massive machinery to dig up 300-year-old trees and move them, because olive trees, if anybody doesn't know, they take a long time to mature and actually start producing good crops. You can't just plant an olive tree and within a few years start getting good crops out of it. It takes a long time for them to get good. It's sort of analogous to the way you start producing like wine. When you're planting vines for wine, your early crops are going to suck. It's going to take a long time to get that soil really, really good and get like the plants to be really well established before you actually start producing really good grapes. Olives are similar, they just take even longer. But what they're doing is, instead of planting their own fucking trees, they're stealing them from Palestinian orchards and transplanting them into settlements. And it's both unjust to take the things in the first place, but it also physically harms the environment because trees generally serve an important purpose where they are. They help to root the soil in. They're significant where they are. And if you're tearing them out of those environments and moving them somewhere else, there are unintended consequences to that as well.
And people don't understand the ecology and how that works in the microbiome. I mean, these trees, it's not just their age, but they establish a mycorrhizal network with the mycelium and the different bacteria that are colonized in that soil. And then that soil locally will have different vitamins and minerals and metals in it that another soil won't. So when you uproot that tree, you're doing a lot of damage to that system.
Yep.
And that's something I talk a lot about because I really focus on ethnobotany with my major, and so I talk about how indigenous plants are inherent to indigenous culture. And so like when you're destroying the local ecology, you're destroying the local culture as well, the history, the landscape, and it's not an accident that they do that. It's not.
No, it's not at all. And olives are extremely important to Palestinian culture. I mean, just the history of the production of things like olive oil, the way this works. There's like there's something really, really important about how that's always worked in that local context. And going after those trees is actually part of a cultural genocide. It's intended to damage their own social relations. Yeah. So, I have a great book on like the 17th and 18th century business of producing, olive based soap, in the Nablus area. It's yeah, really interesting long term connections there, and yeah, just tearing all this stuff out. It's intentional. It very much is a kind of cultural imperialism that's trying to destroy the indigenous roots in the land. But yeah, in terms of the plant itself, not only is that tree going to suffer in its new environment, but it's leaving behind a whole lot of its own microecology that's now damaged and struggling, and it's going to damage the soil in there. It's going to cause all kinds of ripple out problems. So it affects the people and it affects the physical landscape. But the simple question to somebody who brought it up earlier, there are people who talk about this shit. It's the the main reason that I know about it. I've had conversations with people who do talk about this and who really care about it. So it's known. I don't know how widely or how commonly it gets out into international discourses, but there are people who really do work on this and care about it. So
And speaking on this, that you brought up the Nablus soap company, it's sadly like I'm still wondering on how they're doing because the two oldest soap places were still operational in the West Bank, and I often wonder how they are right now, how they're
yeah, the only remaining soap and olive oil businesses in the Palestinian territories, some of them hold on a little bit for some local consumption, but it's more like high priced kitschy stuff for like the diaspora or tourists or something. It's not really economically viable. They cannot actually compete because of the colonial architecture there that completely controls their import and export processes. It's too expensive. So if you're going to buy olive oil, you're going to get like Spanish olive oil or Tunisian olive oil or Greek olive oil or someplace that that it can flow out very easily. Olives grow really, really well all across the Levant, but Palestinians are no longer able to participate in the international markets. And the soap manufacturing, hell, that was destroyed in the 19th century with competition with British manufacturers. As soon as the Ottoman Empire was forced into removing tariffs and opening up to free trade, all those businesses went into decline. Only a handful of survived as like just small local manufacturers. They can't compete anymore. It used to be a really big business for Palestinians and the stuff trading all through the Eastern Arab world, but it doesn't exist anymore. I mean, it's sad, but I mean, on some level, I'm happy that at least some people have maintained some of the traditional wares, at least some like the know-how, like this is how we did it, and you could do it at least just to show that history. But it's not an economically competitive product anymore, unfortunately.
But speaking of that, it is sad because they are taking a lot of the beautiful historical, facts from that area, and which is heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking,
Yeah,
especially how they handmade it, hand stamped it. There's just like an art to it, and for it
there
to
is.
all just vanish, it's a part of history. It's even as
Right.
far as when they the first with the Greek Orthodox Church that was 1600 years old, the third oldest, and now the oldest in mosque in Gaza. It's sad. I can't believe this. They just not even environmentalists. I'm still shocked that all the historians haven't gone into up in arms. Like, to be honest with you, with all
I mean, we are, but that's a whole
I'm
different
sure you
question.
are, but
We don't have any
I'm
power.
shocked that, like, you know what I mean? Like a mega billionaire doesn't just jump into this. Excuse me.
Oh, they don't give a shit about this stuff. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah,
mega
yeah,
billionaire and historian
exactly.
are
I
like
mean,
contradictory
if you
categories.
think, if you look at the olive tree being uprooted, I mean, it's analogous to people being uprooted. I mean, capitalism is founded on uprooting people and
Yeah,
taking their resources. I mean, the way like colonialism takes shape is different based on who the colonial power is and what the sustenance strategy is of their culture. And if you notice, like with a lot of people who are of the Zionistic mindset, like they come from They come from a what a pastoral sustenance strategy. So their whole idea of power and wealth comes from ownership of land and livestock, and so they inherently view the world as land to be owned and land to be grazed. And so things like uprooting people, uprooting trees, owning things like that's sort of inherent to the worldview. Whereas like if you were to look at how maybe the Hans colonized, the Chinese peninsula, it looks very different because they weren't pastoral. And the reason why I bring that up is people ask, like, why are people doing this? Why do people act this way? It's like it's not inherent to humans. It's inherent to certain lifestyles and cultural perspectives of the world. And unfortunately, the state of Israel comes from this pastoral perspective. And so they think it's totally okay and reasonable to uproot people and uproot trees and, erase culture because that's how they survive. If you don't have enough grass for your sheep and your goats to graze, you're not going to eat this winter, And so that's just how they operate. It's not
Yeah,
okay.
I mean,
And people just need to become conscious of that.
Across the region, it's one of the places where there are still problematic elements, even in traditional Arab cultures as well, because the Arabs also came out of a pastoralist environment, and actually the early elements, like the first foundations of what became capitalism, actually came from the Arab Middle Ages and were adopted into the European world and improved from there. But it started with them. This is one of the places where I try to introduce a bit more nuance as well into the Israel-Palestine conversations, because when you're dealing with things like the uprooting of olive trees, you're not just dealing with Zionism as a problem. You're dealing with capitalism and imperialism. These processes far predate. We were talking about the destruction of the olive oil soap industry. That goes back into the 1850s and 60s. I mean, it's well before the Zionists got there that those problems were coming in. There's a lot of the reason that a lot of these things continue to happen is because the Zionist state, Israel, is a product of European settler colonialism and retains a lot of those European cultural values. A lot of those basic perspectives on the land and on capital and everything else. So it applies those same categories. So in addition to its nationalistic components and the culturally genocidal aspect of wanting to attack Palestinian culture, it also has all of those other elements of capitalism and imperialism that drive its actions. So it's a much bigger picture. Hey, what are you doing?
I had a second question that I was kind of ruminating on, and I was kind of empathized to ask it, just honestly, from just like seeing how these office hours have played out. And it's very interesting because every once in a while, like obviously you're an extremely knowledgeable person, so I mean, of course, some level of respect or veneration is obviously like understandable or expected. But it's interesting to see you sometimes talk to people and say kind of like, well, I'm not like your leader, we all need to talk about things, and because you have this idea that people should communicate and like enrich each other through their ideas, and knowledge can't supplant perspective, right? So I mean, do you think there's kind of a tendency, whether it's innate or learned in people, to look for leaders and look to create structures of power from the bottom up, and how to kind of get in the middle of that and change people's minds as far as that goes?
Yes, but not in the sense of states. Humans are naturally, basically a kind of like tribal herd animal. I mean, we move around as a band of 50 to 300 people, kind of like cruising around, and within that, some people would take a more dominant position, because they would have like good ideas. We should go that way. This is where the juniper berries are. Ah, cool. We'll go that way. But if somebody is a bad leader, you replace them very, very easily because their natural hierarchy is not unnatural. So that it's always driven by consensus. And that ultimately is a model that I still appreciate. It's why I look for consensus. I look for talking to people and sharing ideas and that constant exchange. But there will be people who end up falling into leadership positions. But when you seek power and then you create structural factors to protect your power that lock things in, that's where there's a problem. And there's nothing natural about that. There's nothing natural about creating social structures that protect the power of people, because
Right.
that takes away any of the meritocratic aspects of it. I'm powerful because my granddaddy was rich. That's not a claim to leadership at all.
Are there any good anarchist texts that kind of delve into that more specifically,
Um,
or the difference between natural hierarchies and enforced hierarchies?
Probably, but I'm not sure offhand. A lot
I
of my
think
perspectives on it come about because I've spent a lot of time studying like anthropology and evolutionary biology and things like that, and that combines with my interests in the politics. So it gives me my perspective on
right.
it. But
I think now this might not be the best book, but Sam Harris kind of speaks on these topics. Noam Chomsky also speaks on these topics.
he does, but yeah,
I
yeah.
hate
I mean,
Sam
There's
Harris
like
so much. I'm sorry.
there's
I really do. Harris has there's some decent things he's said over the years, but Harris is also a reactionary piece of shit. So like,
mhm.
you gotta be very careful with him.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
but here you're right. He has and there's some good points he's made about progress toward an understanding of like a natural morality and things like that. There's places where he's almost walking in the right direction and then turns a sharp corner into like some kind of weird neo-Nazi shit. So
Well, yeah, and it's hard because like a lot of prolific authors that are well published are are Eurocentric in thinking because they're old white dudes or middle-aged white men. So that's just kind of
yeah,
comes with the territory sometimes. I always try to advocate for indigenous speakers and leaders, but not all of them are well written, and so that's just kind of like the toss up you get. And
oh
like
yeah, no,
you,
I'm with you.
I typically read things from multiple schools of thought and come to my own understanding. But yeah,
Exactly. So like yeah, I read Harris, I read Pinker, I read all kinds of people that I find very problematic. But because there are good pieces you can pull out and then synthesize them with other things that are so it's
but
it's one of
if
those
you
like
wanna learn about like social hierarchies, like they're not inherent. I definitely would recommend just reading more anthropology and like studying like sustenance strategies versus
Yeah,
like
I
different sociological structures.
and I've studied anthropology a
Mhm,
cursory amount. I've taken like a number of courses on the basics of anthropology, but I was just more
mhm.
interested in like the dialectical or the ideological distinction within anarchism of natural and like enforced hierarchies,
Well, I think
or if there was such a thing.
no, there is, but I mean not I offhand I'm not sure I can think of anybody who uses the same kind of terms that I use around it. But there are places where you can see it. And honestly, in terms of looking at our relation to nature and cooperation and whatnot, I mean, you can take some of that back to Kropotkin. I mean, he was talking about things like that from the beginning, like that that cooperation and mutual aid and whatnot were evolved features in humanity, and it turns out he was actually quite right about that. It's we much better understand a lot of the psychology and neurology around cooperation now than we did in the 19th century, but he was already on the right track.
Yeah, I've got to go. But I just wanted to say I saw a comment that said like, "Isn't anarchism about violence and whatnot?" And I wanted to
Oh,
clarify
well.
that it is. Yes, it's about killing puppies.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I
Yeah.
must go. Let's see.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely not. It's also not about chaos. That's a whole different type of
right.
anarchy.
Yeah, there's many different flavors of anarchism. Like, I tend to ascribe them more like green anarchism, or like, anarcho socialism. But I also tend to be more agrarian in my approach to, like, small scale societies that are more sustainable. So that looks way different than other forms of anarchism.
Oh yeah, and I have a great deal of respect for a lot of the ecological focus and things like that. And I've enjoyed a lot of people who touch on things like that, like Bookchin and whatnot too. But I've I'm a lot closer to the like the syndicalist, or like IWW type,
Right.
the labor anarchism sort, because that's just sort of my cultural DNA. Was I was a fourth generation union member.
Uh-huh. Yeah. But I wanted to speak on the social hierarchy conversation just a little bit before we move on, because I think people have this idea that social hierarchies are inherent to social organization of humans, which it couldn't be further from the truth.
James Scott. Oh, somebody just
Oh,
mentioned James
James
Scott.
Scott.
I fucking love James. I've every book he's put out, I've devoured immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
I need to read more.
Anyone
But
doesn't know Scott's work, like, oh shit, and on
what's
so
a
many
good
issues,
book that you would recommend by James Scott right now?
oh god, God, where do you even start? The I mean, the classics like Weapons of the Weak and Seeing Like a State are really important. But what
I
is
think
that?
I read Seeing
I
Like a
think
State in my undergrad.
I think you would appreciate Against the Grain,
Against the
because
Grain. Okay, let me
with
look
the
it up.
aspect. That's a relatively recent one, and I think it hits your interests better. But oh, and then didn't he? Wasn't that Two Cheers for Anarchy is his, isn't it? I think it is. Yeah, that's so that's a moment. But yeah, Against the Grain is great.
Hi, Liam. It's me, Kimberly. Hi. I'm on a new account.
Oh, look at that!
Hi,
I
Hi, Kimberly.
Yeah,
It's Jax.
I forgot that it had a
huh?
different visible name for it. I remembered seeing the account when I followed it, but I totally forgot.
Exactly. Kimberly and Possible was the other account, but I'm gonna only be using this account. So if you want, you can like mod this account and get rid of the other account as mod. But what I was gonna say was, I am so sorry because I asked you the question yesterday, and then I literally fell asleep while waiting for you to go live. And I got so mad because I really, really wanted to hear the answer. Um,
Well, what was that? Yeah, I mean, I didn't do one yesterday.
oh,
So,
before yesterday, I mean.
oh, okay.
Yeah, because remember I sent you the message about like if Judaism is an ethnicity.
Ah,
Um, yeah,
oh yes, and we ended up talking about it on that day. Yeah. Oops.
exactly. And like
um,
I
but it's
felt
on
like
YouTube now.
so, huh?
It's on YouTube now.
Really?
Yeah, I put the first 9 lives up on YouTube over the last couple of days. It took a long time to upload some of them, because like fuck, one of them was like 21 gig. I mean, some of these files are huge. But
What? I'm sorry. What's your YouTube? So I could just type it in.
Office Hours with the Mad Professor.
What a great name. What a great name. I love it.
Yeah, a friend of mine named it years ago. He said like, this is perfect for you. You should use this. I'm like, okay. I kind of liked it, and it sort of fits. I'm somewhat insane, but in that question came up in the early, like right near the beginning of that most recent one. So if you just look at like the first hour of that one, you've kind of got it. We went through it quite a bit.
I turned on my camera to literally show you how happy I am because I woke up and I had like messages from like different people telling me like, "Oh, you missed the live, or aren't you coming live?" And I was so sad because I was the one who initially had like sent you that question. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and somebody else brought it up. So I think it came up. I think it was something bouncing around in some other discussions, and some people were saying, "Hey, we needed this to be discussed." So, but the thank you. And honestly, I gotta say, I love it when people turn their cameras on, because one of the things I most hate about telephones is I can't see people, and it feels like I'm talking to myself.
Right.
It's very
I would turn
disconcerting.
mine on, but I don't have enough followers yet. And it sucks because in some lives, if you don't turn your camera on for some reason, the app polices certain lives heavily, and they'll like boot you from the panel if you don't turn your camera on in the first few seconds. So That's always frustrating too. So yeah.
Well, I just followed back, so there's one more for you.
Oh,
We can
thank
get you
you.
to it.
And I only found you because of Kimberly, so it came full circle
Nice.
when when she
Very
popped up.
nice.
So yeah.
Very nice.
No,
But
but
yeah,
I
I
was
love it when people do because it makes this feel a lot more real for me. It makes it a lot more
mhm.
comfortable, honestly.
Because I
Well,
wasn't alive, and then somebody brought it up, and I
if you
tried
don't
to.
mind, I use filters once in a while because I'm a mom and I don't always look presentable. I'm not gonna lie, but I use funny filters if you don't mind that.
I'm
Totally
filter
fine. People can do whatever
the
they want.
same as just regular filters, though. There's a privilege there of being an exhausted parent.
Yep. Okay,
But
so
I was.
Kimberly,
Oh,
your
I'm so
question.
sorry. Yeah,
Yep.
I was actually. You know what? It's a little secret. My actual name is Athena, and not Kimberly. But yeah, we discussed this before. But I was gonna say I wasn't alive, and then there was this person trying, not the gingerbread man. I wasn't alive, and then this person was trying to argue that Judaism wasn't an ethnicity, but instead it only was made into an ethno religion by Zionists who want to somehow justify the establishment of Israel. And I got into that live trying to like explain to them that that's not the case. Um, and that
Yeah,
it is
it's actually
very
the other
much
way
an
around.
ethno. Yeah,
It,
exactly. That it used to
it
be
was
an
actually in the
ethnicity
18th
before
century
it
that
even
Judaism
became.
started to be thought of as a religion. It wasn't a religion before.
Yeah. And I try to tell them that, and I'm not gonna lie, they like cussed me out, and it was really, really bad. So I wanted more details, like listening to about it from you, which is why I was sad I didn't watch the live. But now that you uploaded on YouTube, I can.
I'm really curious on this topic because the intersectionality between religious identities and ethnicity can be so nuanced,
Mhm.
because some people, your religious identity is almost more inherent than your ethnic, like your culture. It is your cultural identity to some extent. It is your, and I think that's really interesting. Like when we were talking about this, like how people socially organize in hierarchical systems, I was going to mention this, and it ties in perfectly to this topic because I was going to discuss the difference between ways that cultures trace lineage and how that manifests in hierarchies. Because patrilineal systems, matrilineal systems, and bilineal systems all look very different socially. And like in matriarchal systems and bilineal systems of lineage in families and society, they tend to be a little more egalitarian than patriarchal
Ma-
systems.
matrilineal, not matriarchal. But yeah,
Well, yeah,
for sure.
sorry,
Right.
matrilineal, different
Yeah,
than
exactly.
matriarchal for sure. But so
But
thank you
but
for the
but
correction.
not, but not necessarily because
Yeah, sometimes.
Judaism is matrilineal, but also conceived when it started moving from polytheism and abandoned the divine feminine and became an
Hmm.
explicitly masculine deity. It became a hyper patriarchal system, which is why you have the whole like Garden of Eden shit and like women are
Exactly.
responsible for all time, blah blah blah. So, but it retained the matrilineal basis for descent.
Hmm.
So yeah,
Isn't
but
that,
you
and that's
do
what I
something that's true.
wanted to ask you about is the mental gymnastics of how they took their matrilineal system and polytheistic religion and turned it into a monotheistic patriarchal system of belief and cultural identity. I was going to ask you about like where does that shift?
Oh God, the transition from polytheism through henotheism into monotheism. I mean, it's a huge topic and one quite interesting to me. I mean, like several shelves over there are just on that question alone. It's a fascinating process and. As with so many other areas, my own views are like a weird synthesis of a bunch of those and some other things. But the the way they have to justify that actually has a lot to do with the way that it's understood in terms of being an ethno religion or like a because the realistically, if you're going to think about descent at all, it's always more logical to base it on women because with dudes it's almost impossible to prove who the father is until we discovered DNA. You know, I mean, how do I know that she didn't sleep with the postman? You know, I don't know. But I know the baby popped out of her, so clearly it's hers. You know, you can see it happen. So when you're concerned with the trick here for Judaism as it begins to develop as a distinct culture out of the old Canaanite framework, because if you go back into the early Iron Age, they're all different forms of polytheism, but they start to develop different distinctiveness, like different approaches, and what ultimately becomes Judaism and begins to distinguish itself from its neighbors starts with a few ritual prohibitions. Rituals are the key to most ancient religions anyway, not belief. Belief has never been really important, which is one of the reasons that Judaism is still an awkward fit for the category of religion, because it's much more a collection of laws and ethical principles than it is a set of beliefs. I mean, Jews don't really have a set of common beliefs that they all have to hold to in order to be Jewish. It's just not a thing. It's never been a thing. And when you apply that kind of Protestant Christian-like category of religion to it, it gets really, really weird. But as they begin developing a few distinct rituals for them, you have to police the boundaries. You have to say, this is my group and that isn't. Like, you can't mix with those people at that point. You know, so once you're like, we don't eat pork, but those people do, then you have to start distinguishing yourself from them in some ways. And what they end up doing is they latch on to that question of descent, because the peoples around them are so closely related. I think one of the easiest ways to do this, especially for a larger audience here that may be well familiar with more Christian traditions, since they're much more common in the world. I'm sure most people have heard the parable of the Good Samaritan, but I think a lot of people have no fucking idea what it means in its own context. Because the key to understanding that is to know that Jews and Samaritans fucking hated each other. Like, there was a deep, deep racism between them. And the funny thing about it is they're almost identical in their beliefs. Samaritans have the Torah too. Like, they literally have the same fucking book. Like, their origins are the same, but they started to diverge in a few key areas. For the ancestors of what became the Jews, they centralized worship in Jerusalem at a single large temple. And the Samaritans kept a lot of other temples around. The main reason that they have ended up focusing in the contemporary world down on Mount Gerizim is that a lot of the other ones were later destroyed, like by the Judahites and then by later other forces that came in and like wiped out a lot of their other places of worship. But originally, in the northern kingdom of Israel, they worshipped El at a whole bunch of different sites, not just at Jerusalem. But the Jews, the Judahites, worshipped only at Jerusalem. And there's a great deal of conflict between them because the very powerful temple hierarchy that built up in Jerusalem resented the way that the Samaritans kept doing things. So they couldn't stand each other. So when you got like Yeshu telling the story about like all these people that are supposed to help out a fellow co-religionist and they just walk right on by, but then the Samaritan stops and helps people out, he's doing one of those don't judge a book by its cover. It's very much an anti-racist parable. It's one of the reasons I quite like it, but it's hard for people to really understand what it means. And it's honestly kind of a pet peeve when people like name charities the Good Samaritan or something, because it's kind of replicating like, he's only the Good Samaritan because everyone thought Samaritans were trash. It's kind of like replicating an old racism that's now like we've lost the cultural context for. But that hatred came about because they were so close, because they agreed on almost everything. You really have to carefully police boundaries when you have people that are near you that are so similar. So holding to that sense of matrilineal descent and tracking descent from a Jewish mother made good sense to people to retain, even as the culture got more and more sharply patriarchal, because of the environment in which it developed. That's a very long, rambling answer to your question, but did that make sense?
I have a question. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh, you ask your question.
Yeah, because I'm gonna leave. I can't stay the whole live today, unfortunately. So I just wanted to ask this question before I leave.
I'm going to be here much longer anyway, and we get started a bit earlier.
I'm not tokenizing my friends. I just want to explain the story. I have a couple of people that I know who are Jewish, some of them being ethnically Jewish and some of them being converts. And they make that distinction when you ask them. Like, they basically say, oh, I'm Jewish, but I'm a convert. Or I'm Jewish, but I'm ethnic Jewish, right? So
that's tacky. I think that's got to be from being in a Christian cultural context, because
yes,
halakha,
so
that makes no sense.
So the one person who is a convert did come from a Christian background and is still in that Christian background as well, which I kind of don't understand. But the other person is a person who all their life did not know that they were Jewish because their father is Ghanaian. And Ghanaian Jewish specifically, which I did not know that there were Jewish communities within Ghana. So they just recently found out and they're recently reconnecting, especially to reform movements. And so my question is, I noticed that the Israeli government doesn't make a distinction with regards to converts, or doesn't like see them as different, like just accepts all Jewish people. And the question that I have is just globally, generally, do people make those distinctions known, or is it not something that is common in like general Jewish diasporan discourse, basically? Is it even important to make a distinction if you're a convert or ethnically Jewish?
Yeah, no, that's great actually, and it's so there's two different points there, or two different questions. So I'll pull it. So one of them is the latter one on the distinctions. That's very rare, and it only really makes sense in environments where people have come to think of Judaism as a religion. So it's specifically out of a modern Christian context, a 18th, 19th, 20th century Christian context, in which that can even make the slightest bit of sense. Because within Judaism, like within Jewish law, within halakha, you are a convert only during the process of conversion, because it takes a long time. There's a lot of stages along the way. During that period, you're a convert. Afterwards, you're just a Jew. And you're a Jew for the rest of your life. It's just done. It doesn't matter what you start doing, whether you stop practicing, whether you decide to become a Buddhist again later. You're still a Jew as far as they're concerned. It never changes. You become a Jew. So they're like Jewish Buddhists and Jewish Hindus or whatever. Like it doesn't matter. Once you have converted, you are a Jew. Period. As far as like the way Judaism has always understood itself, but again, in some modern Christian or secular contexts, some people feel the need to do that, and I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm technically a convert. I mean,
you're constantly explaining Christianity in such like an academic sense, as if there's not real life people who actually care about it. And I think it'd be nice if like.
Wait, hold on, John. Can you not interrupt?
Thank you,
Dr. Liam, while he's talking.
Thank you. I was just about to say that.
Let him finish, and then if you want to say something, you can say it afterwards.
And also, I apologize. This isn't a debate forum. This is in office hours. This is something that we're just speaking to the doctor about.
Right.
So if it's here for, if you want to learn, absolutely. If you have any questions, but it's not really a place to have a competitive debate.
It's like being at
debate, and I respect your space. I will be quiet until I'm called upon. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and I'm just as a general point, I'm always going to approach things in terms of the history and the discursive frameworks. What people choose to believe, honestly, it's not my place, to get into that kind of thing. I don't like debating beliefs or what people think or feel about whatever. Anybody can interpret their religion in any way they choose. That's not my place to talk about. I can only talk about what we can understand through the histories and through all the intellectual debates that go back, centuries within any individual religion. What anybody does with that, not my business, right? So a whole different kind of ball game anyway. But so the question within Judaism, there is no distinction. It literally makes no fucking sense. Um, the only time it'll come up that, I converted to Judaism in my first marriage, that I went through that process decades ago, is if somebody asks, "Oh, you have a funny name," like, or like somebody noticed, a while back that I used the suffix with my name because I was the fourth William in a row, right? And that's not common in Jewish families. But oh well, like diversity is the norm. I do, and I'm still Jewish. But it isn't a thing. So within Judaism, no one asks that kind of question. Israel is funny about it though. Israel actually does make distinctions about converts, largely because, and this is one of the best kept secrets in the U.S. and Europe, Israel is not really a secular democracy. Several areas of the law were turned specifically over to religious bodies, and the Orthodox rabbinate controls who is a Jew. And they have sparred repeatedly with the Supreme Court for many years over it. So some years I am considered a Jew and could make Aliyah to Israel if I chose to, and some years I couldn't. And it depends on whether the Supreme Court is ascendant or the rabbinate is, because according to the rabbinate, I'm not. Because I converted under the American conservative movement, which is, follows the same basic procedure as the Orthodox, but isn't affiliated with them in the U.S. And they don't count it. They only count Orthodox conversions. For me to be Jewish, according to the rabbinate in Israel, I would have to convert all over again.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. No,
I wanted to ask, what's the difference between an Orthodox conversion and an American conservative conversion, is what you mentioned.
There's literally no difference at all. It's just territorial pissings.
Okay.
I mean, that it's the main reason I picked it, because most of the time they're fine with it in Israel, where they do more frequently raise questions about the way the reform movement might do it, or count somebody as Jewish or Reconstructionist. But generally, most of the laws in Israel have historically supported the conservative movement, so it made a little more sense to do that way. Technically, they're the same thing, but the rabbinate is just asserting its own control in some sense over it, that they wanted to oversee it in their own frickin' way. So they'll make up little bullshit reasons. But as far as like the rules that were observed, the process that was observed, they are exactly the same.
And I have two last questions, and then I promise I'll leave so that other people can ask questions.
You're fine. I always enjoy these. Plus, I get to see you, which is great.
This would be one.
Yeah, whenever I come over, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
I can't now. You disappear for just a second.
Okay. Yeah, because I had my alarm clock. I'm doing my laundry, so my alarm clock told me it was done, so I can put it in the dryer. But what I was saying was, one, about how long does it take to convert? And two, do people so I understand that Orthodox communities only accept matrilineal Jewish people, whereas reform movements only can accept patrilineal as well.
Conversions. You mean without conversions?
Without conversions, exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. That's one of the reasons that the Orthodox hate the reform movement in the U.S. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and the reason as to why I'm doing this is because so I'm trying to look more into this, because my father comes from the region where a lot of Ethiopian Jews were, and a lot of history unfortunately has been erased, especially because of colonialism as well. Both my parents were born under colonial rule. My father under Italian and my mother under British. And the region that they were, he specifically comes from the border between Eritrea and Ethiopia now. And so I've been more fascinated with it, kind of like to look up my history, so to say. And so that's why I am basically asking the questions here. So the first question would be with regards to if you are ethnically Jewish person, Orthodox people generally accept matrilineal only, and then Reform accept also patrilineal recently. And then the second question was about how long does it take to convert?
Yeah, so you're right that for somebody to be halachically Jewish, there are two ways to do it: being born from a Jewish mother or converting. And the Orthodox are real sticklers about that. And for them, you convert according to their approach, or you have a Jewish mother. Nothing else counts. So if you have a Jewish father and you're raised as a Jew, they would still require you to do a formal conversion if your mother wasn't Jewish, if she hadn't gone through a conversion. But if the mother, say you had a Catholic mother, right, but she converted to Judaism before the child was born, then that kid's Jewish, period, according to the Orthodox. So it doesn't have to be a descent from their perspective. It just, they have to be a Jew. And remember, as far as the Orthodox are concerned, as soon as you can finish conversion, you're a Jew. And as far as they're concerned, it's like you were always Jewish. There's no difference at all. But they're fussier about knowing that the conversion was done correctly. So, for example, they would never accept a Reform conversion because they just don't trust that Reform rabbis follow Torah the way that they would want. So there's territorial pissings around that too. But as far as how long it takes, that depends a lot on the individual and the institutions they're working with. If you already know a lot about it, say you were raised by a Jewish father, right? And you can read Hebrew, you've gone to shul a bunch of times, you did Sunday school, everything else, blah, 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 but you're just not Orthodox, you're not considered Jewish by the Orthodox, your conversion can be done in an afternoon, right? It's just a matter of like immersion in the mikveh and like, repeating a few lines and blah, 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 and you're done. But you have to know Hebrew in order to do it, because you've got to be able to read certain prayers and whatnot, and you have to know enough about how to live a Jewish life, because they're going to ask you to commit. Do you commit to living a Jewish life and raising your children as Jews, right? And they want to know, do you know what that means? And honestly, it's no different than in that way than, say, people who become Catholic when they're getting married. They have to go through a catechism class so they can teach them to raise their kids as Catholics and understand just basically what that means. So it's just going through that process. So it really depends a lot on what you know already going in.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you very much. I hope you have a nice evening and a nice weekend. I'll try to join tomorrow if you're going live on Friday. If not,
I probably will. Yeah, I probably will.
Okay. Well, I hope everybody has a nice
people
evening.
usually expect them by Fridays anyway, so I probably should stick with it just for that.
Have a great night, Kimberly.
Bye.
Good night,
And Nasser said that she's okay with John going next. John, you're able to ask a question.
Hello. So, I've got two questions. I can just ask the first one and then go back to the back of the line for the second one. Depends on how long of an answer you'd like to give. So, this is coming from someone who's very much an ignoramus on most things religious. Okay, so there is a lot of talk on TikTok that I've seen with people who are 100% serious, really believe it. There are two different people who believe this. There are these like Hebrew, the real like tribe of Israel, like African American group.
The Black Hebrew Israelites?
Yeah, as well as the Mormon church. So I was wondering if you could go into the history of those, as well as I've heard things like Moab, Utah, is like Moab is in the Torah or whatever. So I'd like to hear about the history and like see what, I just want to hear about those two things and how it correlates and what the truth is.
It's hard because there's so much more recent movements, and when you talk about them historically, it seems almost even more like you're stepping on people's toes. But then, rather than I'm talking about something that happened 2,000 years ago or something. But in short, both of them are just made up. The Black Hebrew Israelite is just an interpretation. It's the way somebody read the Bible and read it in a sense of like, a black liberation theology and the way they related to the escape from slavery and all that kind of. There was just things about it that spoke to them, and they kind of adopted the belief system. And there's been several forms of it that have existed over time, but generally speaking, a lot of them, they're still basically Christians, but they hold to a belief that they are actually descendants of the real Jews. But there's no basis to it whatsoever. I mean, realistically, no one can trace any descent from any of the ancient tribes of Israel, because it's mostly nonsense anyway. I mean, it's not actually history; it's a bit of national mythology.
Easier and easier because the population was so much smaller at that point.
Which population?
Well, like of the entire world would be much smaller at that point. Like, can't they do DNA back sampling of some kind to like construct an image?
Well, no, because we can't. We there's no way to like get DNA from those ancient peoples, because we can't time travel. If we could time travel back to different points and do that, but
The Dead Sea Scrolls and similar, like, wouldn't they be descendants most likely?
well, they're people from the region, but it doesn't tell us a particular like tribe that people are from, because
that's
the
cool.
stories that were written about tribes were written down many centuries after those groups had ceased to exist.
Yeah, that
So-
makes perfect sense. Can I ask my second question, or would you like me to go on mute again?
The other one for the Mormons too, just for anybody who doesn't know, I mean, okay, so if we want to believe that Smith was divinely inspired and everything else, that's great. But dude stuck his head in a hat and read some buried golden tablets that had a different story. And boom, there you go, new religion. So this idea that Jesus came to Native Americans and spread faith there. Oh, I just, a little heart thing popped up and kissed me. That was cute. That story, okay, cool. It works for people within that system. But it has no historical validity, because there is no anthropological evidence, no archaeological evidence, no historical evidence. It's literally just he stuck his head in a hat and read out a story from his head or whatever, and boom, there you go. So no, there's nothing to that. But within that system, within that particular belief system, of course it makes sense. So there you go.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time and explaining that. I appreciate it. The second question I have, can I say it now, or would you like me to go on mute again for a while?
Well, I generally leave things like that to the people who volunteer to moderate, which makes it nice.
So,
So what do you think, Jack?
certainly, like, it was, Nasser, it's okay. Yeah, you could stand, I'm sorry, I'm mute, because Nasser's been waiting for a bit. And I've been looking in the comments and I haven't seen any questions for you, Doctor.
I saw somebody ask if I was Muslim. Is that a new?
I know. I prefer not to answer those questions.
Oh, okay.
Because does it matter?
No, it doesn't. I mean,
it's up to you if you would like to answer them. But I always say,
yeah, I don't know why people ask questions like that. That's odd. But no, I'm not. In my second marriage, I was married to a Muslim, but that's the closest I got.
It's like, is that okay? but that's up to you. Those types of questions. I usually just, I don't
mind. I'm kind of shameless. No, I was in childhood I was raised Catholic, but I was never particularly religious. And I converted to Judaism in the early 90s. So I've been a Jew for 30 years, I guess, something like that. So
yeah. Go there you go. Your question is answered. Was I believe it is.
I'm an Irish Sicilian Jew.
Okay, Nasser, whenever you're ready, you can go.
Hello, Professor. I hope my internet connection is way better today than the last time. It seems like it. So I wanted to. Oh, I'm sorry. You said something? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I said it seems like it.
Oh yeah. Luckily. So I wanted to circle back to something you said earlier today about power structures when it comes to state. This is like where we mostly when we and anarchists we drift apart from each other. Like to be honest, like I cannot like understand how like yes, I understand the state is a tool of class struggle for sure. It's a tool for oppression, but this will like to me it's the same as the question that I asked the last live where my internet went off, where nationalism that can be used as for liberation and nationalism that can be used for oppression. Like to me this is equating them. Like when we say that a state is always a tool of oppression and that we need to fight it, but yeah, I agree it's a tool of oppression, but we can use it to oppress our enemies. Like for example, when a revolution breaks through, we cannot dismantle the state. There will still be enemies of the working class state within the state. Like if we look at the Soviet Union, regardless of all the mistakes the Soviet Union did, but the moment the Bolshevik Revolution happened, the entire world went against them. As like Leon Trotsky says, which I'm not a fan of, but like I agreed with him to some extent. He said like you cannot maintain it where there is the imperialist tigers around you. They will always try to attack. So that's when we are maintaining. Like the Soviet Union was dismantled. To me, it's mostly was internal, as I like hate to admit. Um, but to like without that power, like with that power, we lost a great step and progress in history, in my opinion. But like without it, I cannot imagine the Soviet Union actually lasting for more than a couple of months. Like Germany would have eaten all of it by then. Like so,
Yeah, of course. This is where okay, so this is where I depart from a lot of revolutionary anarchists. It's the same critique I have there that I have with revolutionary Marxists, because revolutions, in the sense of a radical shift in the socioeconomic structure, they don't work. They've literally never worked. They always have to devolve into power hierarchies that end up oppressing again and replicating a lot of the same things that they dispensed with, which is why I'm an evolutionary anarchist and not a revolutionary anarchist. No, you can't just dismantle the state and expect it to work, because people will immediately recreate the state. The state was created by wealth in order to protect wealth. Because if a state didn't exist, Bezos couldn't be rich. It's literally impossible. No one could claim to own a land. No, like, landlord could say, I own this street. Haha, you must pay me. Right? We just say, no, fuck you, bro. We're moving in. Without a state to protect his claims. So if we dismantle the state, he's going to create a new one with the wealth and power that he already has. That's always what's going to happen. What you have to do is you have to change minds first. We have to change as a culture. We need a radical paradigm shift. What would have made the Soviet system much more stable and kept it from collapsing both into tyranny and eventually collapsing entirely is if they had actually won a war of ideas. Instead, they imposed them by force, and they generated resentments and counter-revolutionary movements and reactionary movements that ultimately eroded it and destroyed it. So for me, the way to make a revolution like that more stable is not to do a revolution at all, but to do an evolution toward it, to change minds first and then tackle the power structures. They can crumble. Once tens of millions of us all agree on something like that we don't want, like, to be oppressed, we don't want a police state. When tens of thousands of us say, no, we don't want a police state, then the police have no power over us anymore. We can topple them because they'll be a tiny minority. But as long as tens of millions of us think that the police are our friends, then they become an enemy. And if I wage a revolution and seize control, then I have not only to fight the police, I also have to fight my neighbors who think that cops are good guys. Do you see the problem there? That's from my perspective, that was the flaw with the Soviet approach. It's with the concept of a revolution entirely.
I agree. To be honest, I think like one of Joseph Stalin's like greatest mistakes was like canceling the internationally movement
Yes.
and like
Yes. Yeah,
and the unions. I
it's
like
what it's
that's what that hit us hard actually.
exactly.
There was actually
It's a betrayal of
they
socialism to shut down unions, for fuck's sake. Yeah.
uh, to be honest, like Stalin had great mistakes, but these ones were far the worst. Even had us communists all over the world, not only in the Soviet Union. I don't know if you're familiar with this. They used to say about us, Arab communists, before, they used to say if it rained in Moscow, Arab communists will open their umbrella in the Arab world. It means that we completely just follow whatever Moscow says. Like we became agents, unfortunately, which is I cannot
Yep.
say that it's completely false. We actually
No, not
put
really.
Moscow's interest before ours,
Yeah, no,
unfortunately.
and a lot of I mean, gosh, among Palestinian groups, the Democratic Front was just like completely subservient to Moscow's interests. Yeah, a lot of groups in the Arab world have been. That's true all over the world, but that's largely a matter of Soviet power politics. They demanded that because they wanted to be an alternative power structure. They wanted to be an alternative to Western imperialists. And at the end of the day, when you do that, you're basically replicating the same harmful dynamics that you oppose. It becomes another kind of imperialism. I mean, it's different in some specifics, so there are nuances between them, but in a lot of broad generalizations, it's not too dissimilar because it's replicating the same flawed, Eurocentric visions around power. So, but yeah, I mean, the key there, you're entirely right in terms of disbanding this. This is why Marxist Leninists need to create a state, because they're revolutionary. They want to topple the state immediately, so they need a state in the meantime. But this is one of the places where Marx was simply wrong. The state doesn't wither away. When you create those temporary states, states by definition always seek to perpetuate themselves, to establish deeper and deeper power. By nature, they can't go away. So this is where the anarchist critique was kind of right, but also many of the anarchists he was arguing with were wrong because they were also revolutionaries. They just thought that they could do it all at once. And you can't. We need a paradigm shift first. So in essence, the arguments all across the 19th and early 20th century, both the Marxists and the anarchists were wrong.
To be honest, to a huge extent, I agree with that. I also wanted to the question we went by. I couldn't finish last time about nationalism. Do you think is it like comparing? I find it close when we compare liberating nationalism from the oppressed countries with the oppressors. I feel like it's like reverse saying that reverse racism actually exists, which is something I don't believe in, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah, I get you. It was actually one of the early topics we hit today. It's the question. It's actually kind of nuanced because a kind of anti-colonial nationalism makes sense because you have to base something in your local identity in order to fight against oppression in the first place. But you have to do it in a way that doesn't follow those ethno-national patterns that ties into power structures. So if you're not saying, as long as you're not saying, I need a country only for my ethnic group to be superior to all other peoples, because that's the trap you fall into. And where a lot of countries that have fought wars of liberation by adopting a kind of nationalist discourse have generally fallen into the same kind of patterns. Look at the way Algeria has dealt with the Berber populations, for example. The way it dealt with a lot of minority discourses. When it developed a nationalism that was grounded in being Arab and Muslim, well, it inherently fucks over Berbers and Catholics and Jews. It excludes them from the nation in a sense, which means that the state that would build up in the aftermath of that will actually replicate a lot of the same problems. And yeah, it's true for the Irish too. Yeah, a lot of nationalist movements do tend in the long run to end up in the same basic place. Where they don't have it initially is because of the lack of power. But they don't have power, which means that all these oppressive dynamics are not obvious, but they're threaded through the ideological framework that they're building. So you have to be extremely careful about it. I think we need some kind of alternative to it, because nationalism, as it is understood, with its roots in European 19th century racism, ends up being problematic when it's adopted as a national liberation technique. And over, I mean, there are just dozens of examples I could hit here where a country has managed to gain independence following an anti-colonial nationalism, and then has replicated a ton of the same destructive frameworks that were already there. I think that something different needs to come out. This is why I lean toward people like Fanon, saying like, the Europeans were on the wrong path here. We need something different. We need a different model. Now, respect for the local environment, the local culture, I get that, because obviously you're being oppressed by somebody else who is different from you. So recognizing that makes a certain amount of sense, but doing it in a way that adopts the tools of the oppressor, it's one of those like the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. It's one of those kind of things where if you adopt the frameworks imposed by force from the outside, you're going to end up replicating the same dynamics in the long run. It may take a while, but you'll do the same thing.
I completely agree. Like, yes, I think we need to have totally different ideologies separating us from the oppressor. But what I had in mind is something like the Mao Zedong movement. Like, you can like work with the nationalists for a while. Once you reach a certain point, at that point, the situation changes. Then they become your opponent, which like I don't mean to align myself with them forever.
On some level, I get that.
Diplomatic, though.
Which is why on some levels, yeah, there are places where I can say, hey, I can find areas of common agreement with tankies or right libertarians on some issues. But at the end of the day, you always have to ask yourself what this is going to do in the long run to your movement, because nationalism is a particularly insidious concept. It plays on our tribal foundations. It's not a direct product of them. It's very much a modernist ideology, but it plays psychologically on some of the things that are hardwired into us. And if it digs its roots in, it's very hard to get rid of. So if you make an alliance with ethno-nationalists in order to achieve a different objective, you have to understand that the very strong possibility that their ideas are going to infect your movement and people in the wider populace. And that will have a lot of unintended consequences. So it's one of those, like, you're kind of making a deal with the devil to beat the devil. It's like, why exchange one master for another master? I mean, on some level, like the devil, at least, like, until you can find a completely different alternative, why exchange one devil for another? I have a hard time with that.
Maybe like one devil is easier to take down. Like this one the capitalist devil has been here for a long time.
Maybe, but it could be harder because an indigenous devil, like one that actually is rooted in your own culture, is going to be easier to sustain than one from the outside, held up by power. So it's a lot harder for people to defeat a nationalist movement within their own nation than it is to defeat an external nationalist movement that is oppressing you. That one, it's very obvious who the bad guy is for more people. But if you see why it might be harder in the long, I mean, it's a lot harder for, say, like, again, Algerian Arabs to recognize that Algerian Arab nationalism is a problem for them as well, because it seems to advantage them and it's rooted in their own culture and identity, and they just don't see it. Somebody brought up the question earlier about, like, the Moroccans and how they're kind of like replicating a lot of those same practices. I mean, it's very similar there. It's a lot harder to see in yourself than it is to see in somebody who's different from you.
I completely agree. I have one more question, if that's I'll be done for.
I think Jax was bouncing around from person to person.
Yeah, I was trying to see if
I did. I did wait. I'm enjoying
maybe we can come back to you,
Yeah, we
Nasir.
can. If that's okay, we can bounce to somebody else and then come back.
I just wanted to wish you a good night.
Sure.
Good night, because now Bless is here. Good night.
Yeah, I think
Good
that's
night, chat.
Yeah.
Bye, Bless. Good night,
Thank you
guys.
for being here. This was very helpful.
Of course, anytime, Liam.
So should we go to 9 and then come back? Yeah, so we'll go 9 on me and then come back to Nasir.
Yeah, unless there's something in the chat that I missed, but yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Well,
We'll do.
we should probably just do those. We're already at 9:30. Yeah, we should. I probably want to wind down by about 10. So we'll see what
Yeah,
we.
so I think let's close off with the guys on the stage, and then I think that should be good. So
Yeah, we'll hit the. If there's any little time left, we can see if there's anything in the chat. But yeah, let's instead of bringing anybody else up, let's work with what we've got.
9, over to you.
Oh, hi, hello. Can y'all hear me? I know my mics are kind of funky.
Yeah, it's slightly muffled, but I can understand you, I think.
Okay, I'll do my best to be a little bit louder. Hold on, let me see if my voice isolation is turned on. Yep, it is. It's just shitty headphones. Okay.
That's a lot clearer.
Yeah, I'm talking a lot louder, and I'm also outside. But anyway, I had a question about, you know, you talked about evolutionary anarchism, and I think for me, I'm hearing from a lot of like my people or people who I'm in community with about like their kind of like exhaustion and their move away from like communism, because we were like, oh, this is the thing that's gonna help us. And I I guess this is more advice, because I feel like um I feel like in terms of my thought process has been a lot like that, where it's like we got to build a new thing, right? We can't keep using like these old historical, you know, like Lenin and Marx. They're great, but like, girl, we got to build our own house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just like I guess I'm just more looking for advice.
I love these things that pop up. It's so entertaining. I'm very easily entertained.
No, I saw that. That was funny. I was also very entertained by it. But I guess I would like some advice in terms of just like, what does that look like in praxis for people like me who have these conversations, in terms of like, I guess, kind of rallying the troops in a way. In terms of like having solid conversations about how we how we build and make better maps for ourselves, in terms of, trying to, topple the empire or something like that.
Yeah, it's a tough nut to crack. Especially since people tend to fall
Absolutely.
into particular discursive frames that make a lot of sense for them. It's really hard to get outside of that. So a lot of people, I've run into a lot of different tanky groups that honestly they're kind of like a cult, and I've seen it with some anarchists too. Like they have their way of doing it. This is the only way of doing it. If anybody like slightly disagrees with their approach to it, you're out. And it's like this constant.
Yeah, it's like
It's like a circular firing squad.
No, it's that, and then it's also very like, I don't know if you've ever heard the term like Phil Broy, like the philosophy bros. Like it's very Phil Broy.
No, I had never heard the term. That's cute.
Yeah,
but
so essentially it's like these guys that like, you can tell they have this basis in like philosophy and stuff like that, in the in literature, right? It's very academic, but there's very little praxis like added into it. And so it gets really frustrating, like trying to communicate with these people as a person who has a little like a foot in both academia and in the actual praxis of like showing up. And so I guess I'm just looking for advice on like how to communicate better with these people, in terms of like with these kinds of people.
No,
because
I have
so
I have
difficult.
so
And I also have a uterus, so there's that coming into play, but we don't need to get into that part.
Yeah, no, I have so much sympathy here because I've had so many of the same kind of concerns. Because I not only have my head thoroughly up my ass in terms of theory, like I read widely in terms of theory, but practice is important. You know, I mean, I'm with like food. I'll go and like do food bank. You know, like food not bomb type stuff. Like, you know, just do like things. You know, like I come out of a union background. You know, so
Right.
you know what? My university is currently on strike. So yay. It's a week strike where it's sort of like bouncing from campus to campus. So it's not all of them, but we still kind of like rally on those different campuses and hit the picket lines and everything else. You so it's tough when you're trying to marry the two worlds because people often end up in one or the other, and
Right.
it's hard to get people out of this very rigid view of like, this is the right way to do it, this is the right theoretical framework, and everyone has to agree with this framework before we do anything at all, because that's not really helpful. But at the
No,
same
and it
time,
feels very myopic and kind of like
yeah.
to the point of like the colonialism, like the colonial aspect. It's very much that black and white thinking where like this is evil and this is good. And it's just like, well, no.
Yeah. So the two things that I would point to, the things that make the most sense to me on this and how I try to approach these sort of discussions is, first, try to center as much as you can on praxis, such that you're getting people into mutual aid networks. I This is something I'm actually looking to do in this area. I settled up here just a few years ago. You know, left my other house, took over, you know, and started restoring my grandfather's cabin. So I'm still putting down permanent roots in this area. Although I've been coming up here since, you know, the late '70s when my grandfather built the place, but it's now home. And I got kind of derailed from it because I was planning this with my ex, and we were gonna work on this together. And then when we ended up going separate ways, I kind of like set it aside for a while. But I want to start putting
Yeah.
together some kind of like local mutual aid society, some way to like, you know, look out for things, because I mean,
Have you
we're in a
just quick
relatively
question,
remote
have you
area.
read
There's not a
Dean
lot of
have you read
services.
Dean
Hold back,
Fay book?
nine, one
Oh,
second.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, what happened there?
Oh no, I was just saying to let you finish your thought and
Oh,
then
the sentence, yeah.
nine. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I get so easily distracted. I'll forget what the hell I'm talking about. But I think that centering on actions makes sense. So I want to do that in my environment here, which I've done in other areas where I've lived before. Like actually get involved. You know, for a while I was involved in running an info shop in Long Beach. You know, like, you know, people could come in and talk about things, and, you know, like, you know, exchange ideas, things like that. I want to do something similar in my area because actually interacting with the community, building your own kind of like local, you know, ecosystem there makes sense, and it's something that you can get people involved in, even if they have some philosophical disagreements. But in the long run, what I think needs to happen, as far as those philosophical disagreements goes, is we do need the conversations, because this gets back to the difference between evolutionary change versus revolutionary change. For evolutionary change to happen, you need broader paradigm shifts. For that to happen, we need to come up with like, what are the key principles that we can kind of agree on, and what is the best ways to help to spread those to other people, so we can kind of all get on a similar page. When people get to where they're hyper focused on minutia, they're sort of missing the train here, because it's a matter of figuring out what are the key principles that we most need, and that's the framework to work from, and then that spread that as widely as possible. And what a lot of your Phil bros or philosophy bros, whatever, are doing is they're trying to come up with a perfect system. Like, this is everything. This is all that we need. And everyone needs to memorize this new Bible and then go door to door and preach this Bible. And that's just not how this shit works. I mean, philosophers have always disagreed with each other. I mean, all the Marxist philosophers disagree with each other. There's no like single school of Marxism. Marxists all hate each other. I mean, it was like, but they had a few key principles that you could use to build a wider social movement in the first place. And that's what we kind of need to focus on, I think, is the praxis of mutual aid, and then getting consensus on key principles and spreading those socially. Does that help?
No, that absolutely does. That actually, like, that is super helpful. I think it's more affirming than helpful because I was like, okay, well, these are things that I am actively trying to do. So I'm like, this is an affirmation more than it is like, uh, it's helpful. That's all I'm trying to say. It's helpful. So
Yeah,
it's
it
affirming in the
sounded like
fact
you
that
would
I was
agree.
like, yeah, I was just like, okay, this is a direction that I was going in anyway. And I was just like, oh, okay. So like, yeah, this is, I was like, this, the thing I was trying to do, I
Yeah,
am going on the right track.
what you were just trying to describe, I was like, oh my, I feel you. I have been there. I
Yeah,
have the same frustrations. So
I
I guess we
dropped
might
out.
have come on something
I
similar.
dropped out. I was gonna get a philosophy degree and I dropped out because I couldn't take it.
This is why I became an intellectual historian. I'm interested in the history of ideas. I mean, I have a whole wall of philosophy, but being a philosopher wouldn't make sense to me because I don't want to sit around debating how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. I want to talk about the impact of that idea. I want to talk about why people believed in it in the first place. You know, the
Oh,
practice of it,
child.
the
Oh,
lived reality of it,
yeah.
not just like whether or not something is true. Like, come on, it's just not me. So. I
Yeah,
mean, I
exactly.
both
Especially
very
when
theory
people.
and praxis. I mean, the two have to go together.
Exactly.
And
You
like
know what? I really appreciate that.
as far as philosophy goes, like I feel like modern philosophy has shifted so far away from like virtue ethics and like discussing like um issues of like how to act out your philosophical understandings like the stoics like were working on, and other things of like European based philosophical schools. But as far as so like so I guess what I was just empathizing with, is that all what you're referring to? I guess what I was empathizing with is just that modern philosophy has gotten so down the rabbit hole that it's not necessarily beneficial for a lot of people who are more praxis
Yes.
oriented. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Like one of the reasons I love Hellenistic philosophy, like the later Greek thinking, is that the emphasis is so much more on ethics. How should you live? And one of the things I try to do this in some history classes and show them is that one of the reasons that ethics became so important to like Epicureans and Stoics and Neoplatonists is that they were living in a far more complex, interconnected world. It's a kind of like early globalization. They had cities where people spoke 12 different languages, and they had to figure out how do we live here and not all unalive each other. They had to figure out how to do that, and that's very similar to a lot of modern challenges. It's not too dissimilar from the challenges that we face today. So, thinking about how to live, how should we live with each other, how should we respect each other, seems vitally important. And a lot of academic philosophy is so completely disconnected from reality that's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's just, what? Like, how is this worth 10 years of your life? Why did you write this book? I don't get it.
Right. Absolutely. And I also don't value a lot of philosophy because as it is currently taught in um American academia, it is so Eurocentric in understanding. I mean,
Absolutely.
like how many philosophers will they cite that did not who were not European? Like,
Mm-hmm.
v-
Yep.
almost zero. Like I've
Again,
taken undergrad
preaching to the choir.
philosophy courses. That's
Yep.
not my major, but I we wouldn't have discussed philosophers who came from other parts of the world if I didn't bring it up in class, especially when discussing logic and ethics.
And it's so important when you actually look at the European philosophers because they were reading people outside of. I mean, the Greeks were talking to Zoroastrians and Buddhists. Like Schopenhauer was reading
Talk about
Buddhist stuff.
when
I
I
mean,
talk about how Stoicism is derivative of Buddhist philosophy that Greeks encountered on the Silk Road,
People
people
lose
think
their
I'm a
mind.
quacked out conspiracy theorist, but I just point to the
but the historians agree
anthropological
with you.
evidence.
Yeah, the historians agree with you. I mean,
Right.
we know that's the case, and they fucking said it. Like there's direct references to South Asian thought and to Iranian thought in Greek texts. it's impossible to make sense of Epicurean and Stoic psychology without that interaction. And honestly, the Greeks also influenced them too. The Greco-Bactrian state survived for 3 centuries. There's a significant cross-fertilization of ideas. And that's the thing that a lot of people miss, is that all these ideas are constantly circulating around and interacting with each other, and you focus on only one small subset of it, you're missing the boat. Exactly. It's a giant conversation in the world, and philosophy doesn't seem to value academic philosophy. A lot of it doesn't seem to value that anymore in the same way.
Right. I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me, and I appreciate
Oh, my pleasure. Yep.
you
Yeah,
answering
thanks.
my
It was,
questions.
Nine,
And
I think
I
if you're in,
appreciate that advice.
Hold on, Ami.
sorry, I'm like, I think there was a delay, so every time like I thought Nine was done talking, like I started talking, so I apologize.
No, hold on. I think that her network is poor, but I think she might have finished her sentence. So, are you able to? Do you have an additional question that you wanted to ask Omi before I jump to Nasir?
I was just going to add on the tired philosophy topic that like what's kind of filling that space today is cognitive science, which less people are familiar with. I wouldn't say it's amazing. It's a lot better than the overly esoteric white academic philosophy, but I would say definitely compelling.
Pigliucci? Do you know Massimo Pigliucci?
Um,
Yes.
I'm not familiar, I don't think, by name unless I read it.
He's got dual doctorates in science and philosophy, and writes on the intersection between neuroscience and stoicism and things like that. So first thing that popped in my head and thinking about that, because it's recentering a lot of it on and actually there's a lot of people that have brought like Buddhist ethics and virtue ethics into like psychology, and into a lot of other practices there. So there's a whole bunch of like great psychologists that I've read that use a lot of like Buddhism. Some of that stuff is just fascinating too.
Well,
Because
a lot of mindfulness therapy in the US
yeah,
today is all based in Buddhism. So, yeah,
right.
absolutely.
And because of that, I read it, and I can read it both as somebody who's interested in Buddhism, but also somebody who's interested in Hellenistic virtue philosophy, because it's the same frickin' stuff. It's the same psychological principles. And I find a lot of that work quite stimulating for that reason. It kind of takes the place of a lot of like, so somebody's okay. So, it would take me too long to type.
You seem to be muted, Liam.
Oh, look at that! I accidentally muted myself. Let's see. So rather than having to type it out, is that the right way around or not?
It is, but I think I can read it. I don't know if the rest of the chat can read it. I usually just screenshot. There we
go.
Here we go.
How about that? Okay, cool. It covers me up.
Perfect.
So easier than typing. And then, gosh, I don't know if I can. If anybody's interested in the psychology and Buddhism one, there's a bunch of people there in the other side of the room. I could walk over and show some of that if anybody's interested at some point. But yeah, there's a ton of like really interesting work where it kind of like touches on the virtue philosophy and Buddhism, but makes it real, like actually connects it to people's lives and their lived experience. Because at the end of the day, what the fuck is the point of philosophy if it's not actually making your life better, if it's not helping you to live better? That was the goal of philosophy for the ancient world. And I think a lot of academic philosophy has lost that.
And sociopolitically today, people don't understand the difference between me versus we cultures. and the U.S. cannot really fathom the idea of a lot of socialism movements or communist movements because they are so rooted in and obsessed with individualism, the me, the id thinking all the time. They can't conceptualize an idea of a collectivist movement. Um,
Or to put it a little differently, too, or at least to branch off from that, forgetting a sense of the cooperative nature,
right.
because I have a great deal of affection for some of the individualist anarchist movements, and I think individualism is valuable, especially for people who are like me, odd, and I kind of want my oddity respected too. So knowing that people can all be different but can still find solidarity and mutual aid and
Absolutely.
intersectionality and everything else. I mean, it doesn't have to be a massive collective for that to work. There's different ways
Right.
to approach this, but breaking the kind of like the spell of Ayn Rand and shit like that. Yes, we
Right.
absolutely have to get away from the hyper individualistic, competitive, fuck you, I got mine attitude, which I think of that as slightly different from individualism as a whole.
Yeah, and I think it's one thing to be an individual thinker who actively works to benefit the community. I think that is, and that's why like anarcho-socialism is so appealing to me, and just like agrarian movements and like green anarchism and so on, because it's not that the individual doesn't matter. Quite the contrary, it's because the individual matters that they should be, they should come together in community so we can support each other, individuality and that like solidarity, I guess, like you were mentioning. But I think a lot of people in the West are so disconnected. Also, I think, okay, we'll jump. I won't ramble, but basically I just wanted to say that because we are rooted in individualism and a scarcity culture versus a prosperity culture, it's inherently rooted in greed and capitalism, and so moving away from that is really hard. And that's also why our academia is so obtuse in a lot of ways and doesn't focus on praxis at all, because it's
Absolutely.
so, yeah.
Yeah, and for me, just again in terms of anarchism as a closing thought there, and I think BBS was saying we should move on to the other to Nasser. There's for me always, and this is an important point term too. It relates to somebody brought up the point earlier about not wanting to be a leader or this or that. Well, it's not like I'm not willing to take like leading or guiding roles. It's just that I don't want power over people. But I think of ideas also as being constantly like, I like the cross fertilization. I don't like the idea of imposing a particular vision. Honestly, I would not want to structure a society for people. I don't think that there's any one way to do things. So for me, in terms of anarchism, I can relate to the eco-socialist side of anarchism. I can relate to the anarcho-syndicalist union side of it. And I can also relate to the individualist anarchist. So I draw a great deal from like, Tucker and Spooner and Stirner and whatnot. And I don't think of them all as at odds with each other. I think they all have something different to offer in terms of the broader human picture, instead of saying like that there's just one way to do things for everybody. So I tend to like I'm very heterodox in a lot of my thinking. I tend to split the differences and draw inspiration from a wide range of sources. So that's just me though. Be blessed. Did we want to move to Nasir, or
Yeah,
was
I
there
wanted
anything else
to.
that came up in the chats?
No, I think that was it. But Nasser, before you ask it, did you get a chance to ask the question that we didn't get to at the last live, or do you want to ask
Yeah,
another
yeah,
one?
we did actually. No, we did discuss it.
Oh, perfect.
We
Okay,
had the team.
go for it. Yeah, yours is going to be the
Oh,
last one, and then we'll wrap up.
sure, thank you. So about this topic, like, to us, philosophy is also like a space of class struggle. In each construct in history, there was progressive, regressive ideas. But I was wondering when you say that there is no one way to do things, there is like it makes it feel like there is no absolute truth. I cannot help but feel that this is an attack on modernism. Like the Kant in me, the little Immanuel Kant in me gets hurt. Like, I mean, we had we had Marx as like the glorification of modernism, and I am like,
This guy? Yeah, yeah, no, I feel you, and yes, it actually kind of is. I think that there are serious problems with modernism, and I think that it ties directly into Eurocentrism. I think it's very difficult to set that aside. I mean, a lot of it. I mean, I take a lot of value out of and a lot of stimulation from Enlightenment thinkers and from people like Kant or Hegel. But at the end of the day, they're fucking imperialists. Fucking Hegel, okay, and then leading directly into Marx. For Hegel, Africa had no history. It was completely irrelevant. For Marx, the British Empire in India was a great thing because they were going to civilize those savages. I mean, it's just there's a lot of problems in that, and the reason that those attitudes are there, it's actually fundamental. It's not an accident that people like Hegel and Marx are racist. They're racist because of modernism. And I think that that's kind of the problematic issue. Now, it doesn't mean that there isn't truth. It means that truth is different than a lot of modernist thought would depict it. I would take it more in a Socratic direction. Truth is something that you have to find. Truth is something that you have to kind of dig through the layers of bullshit in your own head and find. And not everyone's truths are going to exactly align. And that's a little bit different from, say, little sparkly things. It's a little bit different from, say, the scientific truths. So, evolution is real. The earth is not flat. These are things that are true, but they're also like unambiguous facts. But in terms of how one should live, those aren't factual basis. Those aren't factual questions. Those are things very much rooted in one's own psychology and needs, one's own cultural framework, one's own physical framework. There's tons of things there that can vary, which means that those kind of truths are somewhat relative. They're not completely relative. I mean, you can't say unaliving is good, and things like that. There are still basic frameworks within which you have to operate, but some of that is just empirical. I mean, there's a reason that every philosophical tradition says that, stealing and unaliving are bad, because it's part of our evolved morality. It's a basic mammalian morality coming out of us being like herd animals. But setting that aside, beyond that, there's a lot of variation in beliefs. And for me, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that that's somewhat beautiful. I think it's really interesting to see all of the interaction between the different beliefs. So you're kind of right. It definitely is an attack on modernism in that sense. I read a lot of modernist thought. I read a lot of Enlightenment. Oh, I got a helmet. Look at that. And I'm cool with a lot. I enjoy a lot of it. But I'm definitely much more in the post-structuralist camp on things like that than I am with the Marxist camp.
Yeah, to be honest, like fair enough. I like expected that, but fair enough. But was wondering about like individualism and like against like us moving as a collective unit. What do you think about George Politzer's book, The Essence of Marxism? I mean, he discussed like many philosophies that were uh, famous in France in like 50s, 60s, existentialism and stuff. What do you think about it?
Who's the author?
George Politzer, the French Hungarian, who's I'm not sure I pronounced the name correctly, but
I don't think I know it.
oh, okay.
It doesn't sound familiar. But if it's touching on the relationship between existentialism and Marxism, it sounds like it's right up my alley. It sounds like it's something I'd really enjoy. But I don't think I've ever heard of it. If you can type the name into the chat or something, or show it like, or send me a direct message or something, I'd love to look it up.
Yeah, I'll type it right now.
Yeah,
Why I'll
definitely sounds like
type
something
it.
I'd want to read.
Does it? It's not like specifically about existentialism, but he like goes through it and look
Well, if he
mostly
yeah,
like
so yeah, okay.
that's the author's name. So he goes through like the what was famous in French philosophy against like Marxism, and like shows the how like their reactionary movements and reactionary philosophies, and they are like against the working class struggle. I do have one last question, if that's possible. If we have the time, it
Is it
shouldn't take.
chat or direct message? I don't see it. I don't see it.
I'll I'll message you right
Oh,
now.
okay, cool. I didn't know if I missed something. It sounded like it was in there. Okay, cool.
I don't think I can message while I'm on the live. Once it's done, I'll.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know. I thought I understood. You said it was in there, but I must have misunderstood. So that's cool.
No. One more thing I want to say. Just one. Like right now, let's to be honest about the future, about the working class and the revolutions. Like right now, what Marx said that it will happen in a advanced country like Britain or Germany, that has been proven wrong over and over and over. But till recently, there were like after the dismantle of the Soviet Union, still some Marxists like viewed that we need also a more advanced country to lead a socialist revolution like right now. But to be honest, I cannot see that being viable. Like I can, in a million years, cannot imagine the U.S. becoming socialist, like or like any of these countries, for like many reasons. Capitalism there, the ideology is very strong. Also, like the working class there is benefiting. They are benefiting from the imperialism. So like there was like this author, Samir Amin, that discussed that right now the revolutions cannot happen in the center of the capitalist world in the like the imperialist triangle, Europe, Japan, and the US. But we should focus on like the marginalized countries like Latin America, the Middle East. What do you think about that?
Well, it's both right and wrong from my perspective. You're absolutely right that no country in the West is going to go socialist. It makes no sense at all. That how the U.S. is much more likely to go fascist. Um, it's this is another one of those places where Marx himself was wrong in terms of where revolutionary movements would be most successful. But revolutionary movements in the global South have played out disastrously, in part because of replicating some of those problematic dynamics themselves, but also because they don't have the power, which means they can be crushed by the rich world. So they're never going to be viable. You're going to end up with like a bazillion Cubas that are just like isolated from the rest of the world and crushed. It's and the ones that survive in the long run are going to be places like Vietnam or China that end up hybridizing and developing elements of like the capitalist economy. Because realistically, not a single socialist economy, all the ones that developed in the 20th century, plenty of them were actually socialist, but none of them escaped capitalism. They all had to interact in a capitalist global economy. They all had to follow the same basic world system framework that's been in place for 500 years. There was no way out of the system once they were in it, which again is one of the reasons that I lean toward evolutionary socialist movements rather than revolutionary, because I don't see the right framework for it proceeding in one place or the other. And part of it gets back to the idea of revolutions within a particular country. Because if you're trying to adopt a socialist ethic within a country, oh, ow. Ugh, you klutz. She fell and of course dug in her claws on her way down. If you're working within a particular country, if you have a revolution in a country, then it inevitably becomes a revolution of that country. and it focuses there, and it creates a new elite within that country. And glasses. And then that country has to relate to other countries within a capitalist global framework, which means it can never fully change, which means it ends up entrenching its own power structures and sort of being halfway capitalist anyway. So it's doomed to failure. You mentioned Stalin earlier in terms of like his turn away from like the Comintern and all that. In many ways, though, that's probably one of the reasons the Soviet Union lasted as long as it did. It failed in its mission, but it lasted longer because of the socialism in one country, because it centered in there, but it also replicated a ton of the same harmful dynamics that they tried to overthrow in the first place. And I think that's what would happen in any poorer country that pursued this stuff. I think it's just going to end up replicating exactly the same dynamics we saw in the 20th century. And as somebody mentioned earlier, why keep replicating the same flawed dynamics? Why not come up with a new way to do it? Why not come up with an alternative? Like, okay, this didn't work, but we still need an alternative to this shitty system we're in. How can we do it now? Like, what can we do? So I guess that's the shortest answer I can give to that. But I mean, I get where you're coming from in terms of like one is more viable than the other. Yes, you can far more easily have a socialist revolution in a poor country, far more easily, but it'll never be stable, and it hasn't been in any of them. I mean, tons and tons of socialist economies have been created. Every single one of them actually raised the living standard for ordinary people, and every single one of them turned into a corrupt kleptocracy that was partly capitalist and ended up falling. It's going to keep playing out the same way.
Agree. Thank you so much for that enlightenment on it. Yeah, it's like difficult actually.
Yeah, it is. It's a really tough nut to crack, and I feel you, because I want there to be an easier way to do it, but it's a really fucked up problem. I mean, we're trapped in a world system from which there's been no escape at all. There's nowhere you can go on this planet and escape capitalism.
Do you think the issue is inherently globalism? Like, do you think when we are on a scale as massive as we are today, whether with like massive national governments such as like the US, Canada, Mexico, etc., do you think it's inherently difficult to have these ideals? Like, because I think I think imperialism is only possible because of globalism, of course. I think colonialism would still exist outside of a global society. But I think like a lot of the issues socioeconomically derive from the scale of the societies that we're dealing with.
I would have to first ask what you mean by globalism, because a lot of people use that word in very different ways, and for me it only refers to an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. So my first impulse is globalism isn't real, but it means something very different to you, I'm sure.
Like, as far as globalism, I just mean like having a society with mass communication as like a new phenomena, and then having dealing with exports and imports from
Then.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Globalization and globalism are very different things for me. Globalism is this idea that there's a secretive elite, usually Jewish, who are pulling puppet strings and controlling the whole world and blah blah blah.
Right. I didn't mean to say globalism, so I apologize.
No. But globalization, in terms of our being interconnected, yes, and it's one of the reasons you can actually put our approach to capitalism back only 500 years. It's because you got to bring the Americas into it, and from that point on, you've got a single market, a single method of exchange, a single way of doing things, and it just gets imposed on the whole rest of the world by force. And many places fought it and lost every time. And once sucked up into the world system, there's effectively no way out of it. And that's the problem that we find ourselves in. You can have a revolution in any number of countries you want, and they're all still going to be part of the world system.
Right.
Cuba is still part of the world system. At the height of the Cold War, the Soviet Union was buying American wheat. I mean, they couldn't escape. The the world system. They couldn't escape globalization. It's a single capitalist economy around the entire planet, which means to escape capitalism, we have to get people to understand that a different future is possible and what that actually means, and then get people to work together all around the world to change it, because it's always going to be in the interest of the people in power in all these different places to keep the system the way it is, especially knowing that if any individual elites in any individual country were to break out of that, they'd be crushed. None of them can survive. You can't stand on your own in a world that's this interconnected. So
Right.
yeah, you're kind of hitting it. I mean, it's not just a cultural, ideological, and social problem. It's a giant economic framework that we're all trapped in,
Right.
and that's what makes this a really, really tough nut to crack.
And, I advocate for agrarianism on many, many levels. I think agricultural societies have a lot of problems that you can see, like as agriculturalism arises like anthropologically. Like that's when you see a lot of social hierarchical systems of oppression arise. That's when you see
Yeah.
like religious states sort of form, because like for the example of like Mesopotamia and the Sumerians, the priest class of people have the most power because they're afraid that if they don't make their sacrifices to whatever deities they believe in, they don't have a high yield of crops. And so
The other way,
those
in a sense, it's almost the other way around. You created a temple economy because getting the good agricultural yields was most important, and that created the impetus to believe in the certain gods and created a powerful priest
right
class. So
right
yeah, it's one of the reasons I got into studying like the Neolithic revolutions in the first place, and it's fascinating that these dynamics get repeated everywhere in the world that does agriculture. There's always some variations, but as soon as you start doing agriculture, you end up with a concept of some kind of private property, wealth and power hierarchies, and a state imposing its will by force. I mean, and patriarchy. Patriarchy
right
develops
patriarchy too.
settle, but non-settled peoples don't have to be patriarchal. And even horticulturalist peoples, look at like the Iroquois Confederacy. That was not a truly patriarchal society. Women had a veto. They could depose the chiefs anytime they wanted to. Fully patriarchal societies are a product of agriculture. So
That's why I was gonna say, I'm like, maybe I need a new term. Like I've never heard of people refer to like a system of understanding as horticulturalism, but like anthropologically, that's really what I would desire is horticulturalism, because I think
yeah,
uh,
some agriculture, but also hunting and gathering. It's being in between. So
right,
like
and not
agriculture is some
necessarily
planting, but
Hold
also
on, Ami. Yeah, I think we need to try and get to land this point and then let Liam end for the evening so that we get to our Friday session as well.
okay. Well, I guess if I was going to posit anything, hi kitty. I miss my kitty. I've been thinking of bringing a new one home because I had one for 18 years and she passed away a few years back, but I haven't had the heart to introduce a new furry friend into my abode. But
it's hard. I'm eventually going to need to add a third again, because I tend to like the social dynamics of three,
uh-huh.
but I'm letting her enjoy being top cat for a while, and I still miss Moshe, so it'll take.
Uh-huh. Yeah. But I guess just to land the planes, so to speak, I think scale of society, like the larger the scale you go, it just inherently becomes unsustainable. So I think the answer to a lot of our global issues, like socially, politically, and ecologically, are all tied to scale. So if you just shrunk down the scale of societies, you would have a lot less of these social problems and lot less of these like inherent barriers of success, like you were describing with like economics and socialism with like in the diaspora. Like a lot of these issues sort of dissipate when you shrink the scale down to a smaller community size. And then like I think if we move our economic model away from capitalism to more like a horticultural model, or semi-agrarian model, but I would just posit that modern agriculture as distributed by Europeans is terrible. Like monoculture is capitalist driven and it doesn't produce high yield and it's does so many things that are bad. But more like permaculture, horticultural systems, I think would be restorative to the planet's ecosystems while also restorative to like the human psyche and small, community based, market economies. And I think that sort of would diffuse a lot of these humanitarian problems that we face today.
Yeah, I can give you like the 1 or 2 minute version of like an ideal for me, and this is one that would take obviously a lot of work and a lot of evolution toward. But what I would like to see, you're kind of on the right track in terms of the scale. I'm reminded of Aristotle saying that the ideal size for a polity is whatever a town crier could reach. Like very small communities. So for me, radical decentralization. But the way you can do that, if you have a very small community, then it's much easier to build like communal policing and mutual aid, and you can get consensus in a community because people know each other, right? So small communities, but a small community is not going to colonize the stars. It's not going to like, there's still, it couldn't tackle climate change. There's all kinds of things you got problems with. So the key there is coming up with a way to keep a radical decentralization and local direct democracy, but create some kind of nested levels of confederation where you can work with larger and larger regional bodies where it's still possible to work collectively to support each other and to share resources and to move things around and to work collectively to like decarbonize the atmosphere and everything else, like do big scientific endeavors, because a small village cannot build a particle accelerator. You just can't. I mean, some things cost more money, right? So we do need to find a way to get the benefits of scale, but also the direct democracy that you can only see at a radical decentralization. And I think with that kind of model, where people really understand their relationship to community, to each other, you can see a return to a much more cooperative way of living, where much larger societies, we're also balkanized that it's too easy to say, fuck you, I got mine. But if you know all your neighbors and you're all in a community together and you all have to show up to vote on things, people don't do that shit. So it's for me, it's a way of like trying to get to the best of both worlds. So local, decentralized, direct democracies in a nested confederation, to get to larger and larger areas.
Mm-hmm.
That's my ideal.
Well,
Thanks,
thank you
Daniel.
so much for this platform today. I really love the conversations we're able to have. I'm really thankful for you and the moderators. I appreciate your facilitation, and I'm very excited and optimistic for future conversations that you facilitate here. So thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you. No, I'm very much enjoying this platform. I don't know why I resisted it for so long. This has been a lot of fun. I've met all kinds of interesting people.
Well, I always say it's really what you bring to it and how you are able to manipulate the algorithm, because I avoided this platform like the plague just because I think a lot of social media is problematic, but it's because people are using it in a different way. Like if you use it for education, it has a lot of potential, and I have found a really great community on here. So I feel blessed whenever I'm on here.
Yeah, I kind of thought that TikTok was, I mean, from my casual observation of it with other people, I thought TikTok was all just like trendy dances and thirst traps. I had no idea that there was like real communities and like really stimulating shit here. I mean, it just like completely missed that fact. And then I had a few friends that kept telling me, oh no, you should get in here. There's all kinds of cool stuff going on. Oh, okay. Well, okay. All right. I'll check it out.
I think it's evolved. It used to be very much that, but
Right.
the
Yeah,
live function has changed things,
well,
I think.
cool.
I think
I'm glad I got into the right time then.
for me, like I had to change my perspective on TikTok because I work at a college, and for a long time I was the educational specialist of like writing tutorial services and social sciences, and we were updating are citations with, the MLA and Chicago format that, gets updated every so often. And they included how to cite TikTok in one of the last, like, I think it's like MLA 9 or something. And I was like, what? We're citing TikTok now. No Wikipedia, but TikTok. Okay. And so then I really needed to like give it a once over again. And that's when I was like, okay, there's something here. Like maybe not much at the time, but it's definitely grown from then. So I
I
definitely
think
have
it's
a
that sense of
appreciation.
yeah, I think it's that sense of community that people are finding
Hmm.
that has become useful. Um, I mean, it's helped that there's been other apps that have kind of started to wind down a bit and started leaning into TikTok. But anyway, I think we've gone over our time today. So thanks, Liam, for hosting us again.
Oh, my pleasure. This is always a fun way to wind the day down.
Do you
So
think you're going to do another session tomorrow or
tomorrow's Friday, right?
Friday? Yes, the
Yeah.
regular
So
Friday.
since people had gotten used to Fridays anyway, I think I probably should continue it anyway. But yeah, it'll be the same basic thing. During the day, I'm going to split my time between grading and finishing the fence, and by evening, I'll want to wander in here. So I'm guessing probably anytime between 5 and 7, but it'll depend. I mean, it's at a certain point, it's too cold to do any more work outside because it just won't hold. So I don't know. It's up to you guys. But yeah, I'll be around.
Perfect. Well, in that case, we'll see you tomorrow
What's a
evening.
what's a good time for you? I know you're way over in the UK, right? So
Yes.
I don't know
No, I
what's a
think
good
that
time
the
for you
Friday
to
ones.
start.
Yeah, no, the Friday ones. It's fine for it to stay as it is, but the if there's going to be more, it'd be good if we could try and see if we can do them earlier. So I think
What
you were
is
suggesting maybe 5.
really?
Does that work for you?
Yeah, no, that's what I was wondering. I thought maybe earlier, like maybe starting at 5. I thought might be worse for you. I don't know what's better or not.
Oh no, that would be good actually if it was starting around 5.
Oh, that's good. Then yeah, I'm fine with that probably for tomorrow. Yeah, I was actually trying to today, but then I remembered I had to have an office hours review thing open for 6 p.m. For one of my classes, so I opened that. And of course, no one came to it, so I gave up at like 6:30. But I was going to start at 5, and then remembered that. So
PST, Alexander. But yeah, tomorrow's one. I think you wanted to do the normal time. Was it 9 o'clock? Do you still want to do that or?
no, I'd rather start earlier if I can.
Yeah, perfect. In that
If
case,
that
yeah,
works, yeah, I'd rather start. Yeah, I'd rather start closer to 5. I'll look
brilliant.
and if there is another, even if there's another review thing, I can always have it open on the other computer. And if no, because no one showed up the last few of them anyway. But
Okay,
if they do, then they do. But yeah,
fantastic. So
5
tomorrow at
p.m.
5 p.m.
Yeah, okay, sounds good to me.
All right. Thanks. See you then. Good night,
Have
everyone.
a good night, folks. Okay. Hey, say good night. Oh wait. Oh, somebody said 5 p.m. my time is Pacific time, so 5 p.m. / 1700 Pacific. I'm in California. So anyway, have a good night, folks.